You. Let's check if both are live. Seems to be that way. Okay, a few things I gotta do for the rush prep. Morning. Okay, we're currently this rank. That's totally fine. Few other things I want to rune up for some options. There was 2 things, but I think one of them I'm gonna do like a lazy way, which is you. Not sure what my team is actually going to get hit by. Whatever is high, well, that kind of works, I guess. Defense idea with Laura for G2, G3. I'm not sure how good Laura defenses work these days, in all honesty. But most of the time it's just like 33 lead Laura Triton plus a Ren or something like that. We got my virus with a tier 1er. Thank you very much. Wait, I think I gotta lower this a little bit. Gomar in defense? Yeah, I think I will give it a try. In my current defense, it might actually do pretty good. But I also want to have a different potential switch, which is you. That's kind of fine artifact-wise. And let's see what kind of runes are still left over to be decently tanky-ish. Okay, that's the 2 offenses I want, or defenses I want. I do also want to rune up an Alicia team, but I actually have to check what the exact tuning is on that. Because that's going to be this team. Throw Fire Jin on defense for real? Ah, nope. It's a lot of HP. That's a fair bit of HP. I could go higher on that. Wait, let's see just for fun. How high could I make a Nigong on HP? because those were not my best set. Because those are already in use. Oh, I actually kind of want to give you a set as well. Do we need accuracy? A bit of accuracy is actually not that bad. I wanted to check highest HP. Oh wait, we only have 9 minutes till rush starts. Oh, we'll have enough time. Highest HP possible. These are all kind of... Yeah, so it would be not that much more, but can do almost 3k more. Triton Volantis, valid defense together. Wouldn't really Wouldn't really say so. Use Fire Djinn on defense. I don't even have a Fire Djinn. Can you imagine? If I had a Fire Djinn, I would maybe have given it a try, but I don't have it, so I can't. Is there collab unit that's good for AO? Nope. You always had Nigong. Nigong was my third LD5. Those Wooyoung. No, wait. Wooyoung is a 25 booster right now, right? It's no longer a 15 boost. Okay, you need to be this, so you need to be a 252er. Okay. We got White with a Pout Rhymer. Thank you very much. Okay, the unit I actually wanted to rune up you. Let's see if these are in use or not. I actually don't think so. This one is not. This one I think is not. How much attack are you? 26er. Ah, it's over there. This one might be in use though. Yep, that one is. Exclude, too bad, sorry. Redo. Let's make a 50er. We're due for 2As, I agree. Only issue is probably Countess doesn't agree. Yeah, this one is for sure in use. Also pretty sure what kind of S2 are you rocking. Oh no, wait, there's a different one. We are looking for 23 speeder on a cookie. I'm not sure if this one is in use. Apparently not. Pretty sure this one is neither. At least I hope. No, wait, it's a crit rate. Nice HP though. Okay, not a crazy set, but it kind of works, I guess. Wait, we're always attack buff, so that's probably the most common denominator on the left side. That works. And then there's 3 attack buff on the other. Kind of works, but also not really. What league am I in? I don't know, to be honest. Okay, that works. I just gotta fix you on... I don't think I can get away with how much speed did I need. No, I don't see myself being able to triple fight that with the amount of fights that I'm already using. Okay, let's just do it more simple then. Wait, you're actually in use. Okay, that's more than fast enough, I guess. Not sure how much your S3 does in damage these days, but I guess we just aim it on that. Woyong new, relatively new. Then you are not as fast, so we could actually fight this. Pretty sure at least. This, oh wait, you're not in use. I'm planning to not really use this against Camilla, so the amount of crit rate I don't care as much about. It's more than fast enough. Don't have the water Indra in my defense. Okay, and we are pretty much on time for the rush. Let me actually update the timer. It's Scrat Arts with a primer. Thank you very much, my man. I appreciate those always. Thank you very much. Highly appreciate it. We are living on a 0803. And then we gotta switch the time, of course. Time should be at 20 in this time zone thingy. Yes, sir. And that is a fix. So we are ready for the defense, or well, ready for the rush. The moment we do set the defense. First defense, we're actually going to be trying out Kumar on defense. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be good or not. Of course, it's with the rest of my LD Gucci stuff. Let me check if this is the right Leo. I showcased a Leo before. That's the wrong Leo. So this is the right Leo. Epic way of showcasing what you shouldn't be using. We're going to go for Mr. Kumar. going to White Castle. Oh wait, different movie. And then we are adding in a light pony, and we are adding in a Nyx. That's the defense of the moment with you in the lead, because you don't have a lead, right? Oh, you do actually have HP lead. That's actually low-key not bad. Okay, let's give that a try. I have no clue if that's going to do good or bad or somewhere in the middle. And then we're going to start off with the rush. I do have one added team in here, and that's this team. Oh, wait, it's the Galleon, not runes. Or is it just... the Galleon is just missing a artifact. It doesn't really matter what he has in this artifact, actually. All of the offenses are pretty much ruined. Yeah, I'm not using that. That's fine. Yeah, this is my new offense. I showcased it before in a video. I will be using this mainly to counter... what's it called? Amduets. Because we actually do have will runes over here. And we do have shield runes over here. So the idea what I can do with this, and I can hit a lot of stuff with this in the first place. But the amount of buffs, so we're looking at 3 buffs on this one right now. And now we're looking at 4 buffs on this. Amduets are most likely not going to be doing anything against that. And I have higher hopes of you actually stripping shit in most cases. But we have a fair bit of damage over there. And then we have the rotation into the S2, which should kill like squishy things. So therefore I'm using the Alicia in this case, because the Alicia was also buffed in damage. So kind of just trying to find something new to use just for fun. I could probably do a whole rush with just this team, because this team is technically faster than my other team. So something like this is more likely to be outsped by this. Only big issue is that Alicia is not as likely to kill something like this. But I kind of just want to give it a try early on in the rush to see how well she does or doesn't do. Just for fun. In this case, they do actually have shields, which makes it harder to strip. Oh, wait, we have to boost with S2. I could also instantly send the S2, because that is a lot more damage, but also freezing at least something is pretty big. Not sure how much the S2 would have done straight up. Okay, 52k, that would have instantly killed a Kiki, most likely. 52k is a lot of damage, by the way. Yeah. And she's not even artifact focused to do a lot of damage on S3. She's artifact focused to do a lot of damage on S2. Someone's asking in which thing I am. I am in League 6. What do we have over here? This one. You would definitely focus this. Not sure if you're actually full on Swift. But I think with a team like this, I could actually do that. With a Grogan, I wouldn't be able to do this. There is a unit with counter on it, though, which is a little bit annoying. But let's see. Oh, if you land debuffs right now, it might be that the Layla starts moving, which definitely will be an issue. Yeah, you land that. Does the Layla move? Maybe because of the... Okay, if you land 3 debuffs, you get a lot of attack bar. Thank you. God damn it. Well, that is something over there. I think we still sent this skill. Freeze at least one thing. Apparently it was Vio. God damn it. I kind of like this team, to be honest. Still think my Krogan team does do more damage, and it's less RNG. But if I didn't have the Grogan Nefties, I would probably be using this a lot. I think I could main this for a whole team in Rush. Also, not too bad damage for a... Just a crit rate on the Wu Young, actually. Fire Djinn or Fireball, which should you skill up? Neither is really great at the moment, so you might as well just wait. Okay, that was lower damage than expected and didn't freeze anything. Yeah, that's kind of the RNG I was talking about that has more chance of losing because of RNG. Was a replacement for Wu Young? There's no replacement, one-to-one replacement for Wu Young. Not in that team, at least. Yeah, Grogan team in the end, still better. I don't think that Hagen would boost enough. No, definitely not. I way over boost this. Yeah, Grogan damage in the end is just fucking insane, though. Grogan definitely does do more damage than Alicia, that is for sure. Summoners War cleaves look the same as years ago. To a certain extent, yeah. Kind of depends what you have and what you can use. There are a few teams that are relatively new, though. Thought for a second that was a guildie. That was not a guildie. What do you think of the Wind Jin? Kind of mid. Ooh, would I even outspeed this? Let's see. Apparently, we do. So what are Nina any good? Kind of mid. All of them are kind of mid, to be honest. It's probably one of the better ones out there, but still kind of mid. Do you think it's even possible to get Legend as free-to-play player? Really depends on which units you pulled. If you have like good LDs for, or like a good defense for the moment, then yes, you do have odds. But it really depends, like, what is the current defense meta, and if you have the right units for that defense meta. And if you have a good offense. I definitely do know that some people have been getting Legend as free-to-play in the past. And with the new change where you have like different leagues, it's arguably a lot easier too. But to be honest, I don't really play for Legend as much as, like, the main thing that I want is just to be in Team 1. Or like Team 1 to Team 4. That is the main important thing for me. This is also a thing I can technically not hit with... Well, what I could do is... this with an Alicia. No, wait, that's the... No, wait, the other way around. If I do this... I should add in Grogan somewhere higher up. He's easier to find. Because I can technically do this. Well, G3 is definitely very doable. It takes you a long time, yes. But it is doable. Yeah, that's a fair bit of damage. Yeah, that was my kind of like different kind of scenario. Because the hacker makes it where I can't normally not do this. Let's say actually save this as a team. Do you like the league-based ranking more? It's easy to get legends, but it also means that we have less rushes. And I kind of like rushes. So I kind of like it, kind of dislike it. It goes both ways, I guess. Wait, where am I? Let's go for... this one. Too bad you had to remove your debuffs. Are you done after 6 turns? Oh wait, you also increase cool time? Interesting. It's well that one nice LD can push your rank so much. Well, it really depends. What would you classify as best LD for defense at the moment? Because there's a few good ones out there right now, but it's kind of hard for me to pinpoint what is the best one at the moment. Nigong? Absolutely not. Nigong is definitely not one of the best. Light Pony? I would say Light Pony is pretty high up, yeah. I think, in my opinion, probably Gazelle is best. Light Mage or Grogan better for AO? Grogan by a long shot. See a lot of Dark Monkeys? Ooh, that's an option. That's an option. Not sure if it's actually good, but definitely an option right there. For offense, Nyx, 100% Nyx, yeah. Or for offense, Nefties, yeah, 100%. TL or Nyx? I think Nyx with the 1 is probably one of the better ones at the moment, yeah, because dot meta is definitely a thing. TL is kind of okay. Nyx with the 1 is really good for defense. I would definitely classify him as high up, yeah. But for offense, Nefties, 100%. I don't like defense Nefties, though. Because the moment you go defense Nefties, you cannot go offense Nefties on triple fight. And you really want to go the triple fight with the 15 crit raider. Yeah, Lucifer is really hard to do, yeah. Not a big Lucifer fan, no. Seeing yourself over there? It's a possibility. Oh yeah, there you had. It's the one that I hit before that, yeah. Nefties is a god tier? Yep. Absolutely. But the only thing is, Nefty, since it's 24 lead, does need really fast runes on the Kabila to actually become like the insane potential she has. Otherwise, you struggle against 33 Tritons. Wish you had Same and one more Aya. That's a pretty good offense as well. It's a very lazy offense that can just auto things, yeah. Dark Megami isn't... well, Dark Megami has the pushbacks. I'm still not a big Dark Megami fan, because in the end, doesn't Gemini pretty much does the same shit and has speed lead? Young Eleanor, Dark Ryu, not just for Arena, more RTA. True. Well, Eleanor, as in Light Pony, is good for AD. Nefty's Talisman, instant G2, G3. If you have the runes, yeah. Yeah, Talisman Nefty's is, I would say, best offense in game for the general rune quality. I would say that this is the best offense in game for really good rune quality. Not sure if I were to outspeed this. I do. Two times Aya, Seimei, Leo would be so chill. You can even go 3 times Aya with a Seimei. You're good. For some reason, I don't think you're crazy fast. That could, of course, be an issue. But it wasn't. Is Dark Monkey any good? Pulled him. Dark Monkey is definitely pretty good at the current meta, yeah. Okay, I kind of want to see how this works with you. Maybe I should just instantly send the S2. 50k is a lot more damage than the other thing I was doing. It is a little bit tricky for most, but not for a Miss Seimei. Do you have a Spotify list? No, I actually don't. I just have YouTube playlists. Of like the general music I mostly listen to. And then YouTube just suggests you like, oh, you like that kind of stuff, then you probably like this too. Damn. That Nyx passive did absolutely nothing in this rotation. Do you think people have the perfect rune sets in a few years? Actually, honestly, I don't think so. I think the perfect rune set is so impossibly difficult to get. Playlist so 15 years ago. Yup. But yeah, no, getting the perfect runes is so crazy difficult, and then you have to get them at multiple slots that work together with one another. Like, sure, people are gonna get closer and closer to it, but actually fully having it is difficult. Okay, suddenly getting a few more hits. I actually wonder if this lead does do work better. Because then everything has like 100 res, which is kind of annoying too for defense. Still think Akroma's underrated in AD. Not a big Akroma fan over here for AD. He's too selfish in her passive. And also in her whole kit. If she had a little bit less of a selfish kit, I would have liked her in defense. But then again, I have a fair bit of good defense units in the first place, right? At some point, it's just kind of wondering like which one does best. And you can still just bomb that. Like, I don't see a single reason why you would not bomb that. Is anyone running? Yeah, this team is actually without max accuracy. This team is like, the whole team is like 50 accuracy. And this is arguably the most common team in game at the moment. Bring back health pass. It's not a bad unit as well. Only in the right position, the right style, the right draft. Kind of like this team as well. Not a bad team, Assassin Noodle. Not a bad team. Switch Lamila to anti-cleanse. Better because you can hit Junos. Oh no, this team can also hit Junos and everything and Camilla, so it's definitely not an issue. Like, those units you just mentioned are definitely not issues for the team. They do way too much damage for Junos to survive. Jessica and AD. I've seen a few Jessica ADs that didn't do bad, but in general sense, I'm not a big fan. Okay, definitely getting a few hits on my ass. It's just the same people farming me over and over. You do know that if you farm me a lot right now, I'm gonna farm your ass like all the way down at the end, right? Like, that's just simple fact. Alright, how to hit this easily? Right, this is actually an easy hit for me as well still. Good luck in rush. Thank you, thank you. Oh wait, he does move because of that. That's actually true. That's actually true. Then it might actually be stronger than expected. No, it's actually stronger than expected. Not bad, not bad. Well, it does not mean that I can't kill it, because he has no damage whatsoever, though. But I would have to clear it with a slower team. Well, it gives me chance that I do want to actually test it. Should I hey gang it? No, let's just use this. Oh, wait, it's actually not slow at all, to be honest. Yeah, this team is not slow to clear this at all. It's not insta one hit, but it's definitely not slow. He's on Vio, so that part doesn't matter at all, but he gets attack bar from the Leo. I just forgot about that. I forgot that he already takes attack bar. I thought I had to take a turn for a second to give attack bar to the Burgle, but Burgle takes attack bar regardless. Do you think Brick is better than Alicia on offense? Different use cases, both good. I think I've been running the same defense for a little bit too long. Oh, wait, he actually upgraded speed. Interesting. I think the defense is nice. It's decent, except the fact that it's food for the most common team in game at the moment. Which is the dot team. Dot team still counters it hard. Okay, I'm getting hit a lot by the same people, so actually let's change my dynamic of the team by a little bit. How many years left for this game? That's always one of those questions, like, what do you expect me to say? A year, 2 years, 10 years, 5 years? How the fuck should I know? I don't have a glass ball. Always one of those super random questions, I don't know. Waddle says, I love penguins. I think that's a statement that makes a lot more sense. Like, when this game started off being like 2 years old, people didn't expect 11 years. How long before next beer? Ooh, actually don't have a plan for the next beer at the moment. I only drink on occasions. I don't drink by myself on regular days. Can you see the Grogan after rush? Sure thing. I actually have to do a bit of R5, make the Grogan a little bit stronger. Okay, we got a few defense successes on the Tian Lang switch. Apparently the Tian Lang switcherino. I think people were hitting with Tianas. Fair. Your defense gave you 2 legends already? Not bad. Oh wait, this guy's fast. He fast as fuck, boy. Don't proc. Thank you. I sacked that one. Gave you 2 times lane already? Not bad, not bad. I think people maybe haven't figured it out right away. That's definitely a way. I can see it getting legend if you have good offense as well, yeah? But that's with a lot of teams. Like, just because I counter it doesn't mean that everyone counts it. But then again, that one should be more food for dot team in the first place. But that's what a lot of people do underestimate. They expect your defense to get legend. It's actually your offense getting you very far towards legend as well. We got Shellcat with a primer. Thank you very much, my man. Oh, but I just have to stop hitting this guy, man. Why do I keep hitting this guy? And every time I'm sucking the shit out of his defense. Is Fire Jin good for AD? Personally, I don't think so. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Okay, the Tian Lang switcherino was a strong switcherino right there, that's for sure. With Alicia buff is better than Zyros in your offense right now. Actually, I have one offense with the Alicia because my Zyros is for different teams. I have, since the switch of like using decks to switch stuff, I made so many different offenses that I literally have an offense for every tiny bit of different thing in everything. So I just use about like all units, but they always have like their slight niche of where they're used and stuff. I like it when you don't crit like that. What do you think about Paul Phoenix Light? Good for Siege, that about it. Who's current rank 1, actually? Nyx Alexandra is a good pair with that I would skip. Oh, I would probably go for Nyx Alexandra Leo team. Or you could even go... No, actually, just Vanessa Tried and Nyx Alexandra is fine. Either Leo Camilla, or you go... No, I would probably just go Triton Vanessa. Or, yeah, Triton Vanessa, yeah. But I've been using the same defense for a little bit too long. That's why it starts failing a little bit more, because people have seen it at some point. Still getting a fair bit of hits. I guess people are more used to Leo teams at the moment. What's your main game right now? I think I have both games on 50-50 at the moment, actually. I would still say currently I'm making more Summoners War content with videos than I'm doing for Ethereum Restart. That is actually true. Have you tested Wind Hwarang? Yeah, I made a video on all of the Hwarangs. He's kinda ass. Dark Nina Williams or Dark Jin Kazama, fully up to you, both of them kinda ass. Just gambling who gets the first buff. Like, that's legit the main thing, gamble who gets the first buff. Feel like Summoners War videos, Ethereum streams? Yeah, kind of has been doing like that, yeah. Please suggest a good offense with your whole alphabet of units. Nyx Doom and Light Pony, Nash, Benedict, Luz for Svrath, Yeon, Hong. You don't have good offense units with that. At least the LDs don't really bring too much for it. So you just have to go normal elemental. Well, you could go for Seraph offense. Seraph, Gemini, Kabila, Tiana, still good. Kind of like that one. Think Dark Nina's easy to fix in Jin? It's hard to say because Kantos doesn't use logic with balance patches most of the time. So it's full at random. That will hurt. Thank you for not proccing. Do shield runes count to lose for teams? Yep, they do. Let me know when upgrading modules is more affordable in Ethereum, then you start playing again. To be honest, I have no issues with upgrading modules at the moment already. It's just really an issue that you have in the very early game. Like Loki, what they said that if you play longer, that the economy kind of fixes itself, is true. Is Cabela on Def Coin Flip? Yes, it is. It very much is. Ship Xiao? I'm just gonna call you Xiao because that's the only character I can read between your name. Nah, Kabila AI is like 60-70%, same as every unit. Only thing you could bet on is hoping that they would skip you because of the Kabila. Yeah, it's not like Ethereum Restart where every unit always use the rightmost skill unless they're programmed to do like a second skill first, like Sierra. It's almost 2026, we're not gonna have good AI yet. It's not because they can't, it's because they don't want to. Like, Kantos is way too scared to mess up anything on their golden game. That's just a real fact. That's why they're not doing jack shit. That's why they're not releasing good units. That's why all of the patches are kind of stall and filler patches. Sadly enough. Like, it's the same thing as adding pity in the game. They could, they just don't want to. Vermos, Leo, Camilla, Manon, good defense. Not sure about that one. We were to land glancing on this, so whatever you hit most likely doesn't hit. Now we kill. Waiting for a big next update whenever that happens. I have no clue, man. It's been a very long time already since the last big update, right? A very, very long time. Like you said, Summon Sword is becoming waiting game. Yeah, they're just trying to keep it alive. Like, that's pretty much that, as far as I know. At least that's my feeling. It's not what they said, but it's my feeling that they're just trying to keep the game alive, do as well as possible. But we did actually see, like, the numbers of sales from last month. They were bad. They were pretty darn bad. Of course, like, the gacha thing that does show, like, the sales of all of the gacha games is always, like, kind of random-ish, but it does have some value to the number, as in a percentage number compared to the number last month. And then going from a 7 to a 4, it's definitely a pretty decent, substantial feeling. What's this? Surely, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not hitting you. You're guilty. Calm down. Is hittable, but is a little bit of an annoying team. Let's just slow clear this. I could fast clear this, but it is a little bit more tricky because of the Knicks. When is SWC? SWC is, well, when the timer hits 0. Wow, is surely legit crashing out because I'm doing good? Like, fuck, man. The fuck? Sorry, I'm in your freaking league. Still, anything can happen. There's like 25 minutes left in the clock. Like, I could get hard farmed. Could start losing offenses. The game is never played until it's played, boy. It's never played. What about the podcast that you talked about yesterday? We actually postponed the podcast because of SWC. So we can actually do the full viewer party. And then, oh yeah, just do the full viewer party. Jesus, out of English. I don't like that proc. Well, it's a good thing I don't really need. Too bad I one critter on that one hit. But podcast is more important. Well, it's still gonna be there, but next week. Keep throwing shitty collabs at us. Yup. That's what I like to do. So, Jim, how you doing? Oh, I actually killed on the wrong skill. That's kind of annoying. That's actually kind of annoying. Yep, because now it starts healing and shits. And mainly wasting my time. No death break. Give me death break. No death break. Okay, we just killed it. Actually getting a fair bit of hits right now. Like, that's the main thing. If your guildie is rank 1, always keep on rushing, because there's very good odds that your guildie gets farmed. At least he's not farming you back. I just have to call it out, man. Stop bitching. Don't be a bitch and just rush. Okay, apparently I'm impossible to get farmed. If you say so. I was looking forward to more Safer Guardian. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Safer Guardian was finished. At some point, it's too time-consuming for making a video here and there. That's the main reason why Safer Guardian at some point was put on a stop. Well, actually, this is hittable. It's just a little bit annoying. I think that this will work. Oh, that's actually faster than me. That's not good. That's damn fast, actually. Wait, how fast is that? That's insane. Not bad. Good team. Good team. Yeah, playing multiple accounts is definitely a difficult thing to do. It takes a lot of time to do. It's not necessarily difficult. It just takes a lot of time. Tune to Laura, yeah. A Gojo tune to Laura is insane, though. Like, I was more expecting the other one to be in tune. DLing has the worst rate of stripping in game. Did you end up selling the account? I never sell a single account. Love it when we land about every debuff and everything dies in about one hit. But yeah, having a Gojo tuned to a Laura, that's insane. How do you even do that? That's some insane shit right there, kind sir. Credits where credits due. 38k heals. Did you guys see that heal? Fucking 38k, man. Yeah, how much is this heal gonna be? If you actually live to tell the tale. No, you don't, because we died to reflect. Oh, no, we did. So that's just 27k. Well, it's based on own HP, and you have a little bit less own HP, that's true. And that is why it counters Camillas. What do you play Seimei with? Just the Varamos. Varamos, Tetra, any of those shenanigans. Lots of options. Speed up on quad Arties. Even then, it's just one tick, and it's a lot slower of a unit. Like, I tried that as well myself. I think I, on fire or something, like fire HP on like Chiwu, I have like, I think like 56% or something. But even then, it's pretty hard to be in tune to a lot of stuff. How fast is your Kabila? Freaking fast. It's the only thing I don't show, the Kabila speed. Yeah, I have like quad speeds in a bunch of like the additional damage by, or like the speed up effect, but even that is not enough. But also his Laura was pretty fast in the first place, actually. Beating 33 Tritons with 24 Kabila must be nice. Yeah, it sure is. That's why I do that all the time. Gingerbrave new tech. I tried it myself as well. It got kind of farmed. It is techy-ish, but you can still slow clear it easily. Very susceptible to slow clear. That's some dedication Giants farming. I actually farmed ever since Abyss came out. I think I farmed non-stop Giants. And I didn't really slow down on farming until like, I would say 1-2 months ago. Will we outspeed this? Well, I think I'd rather try to outspeed it with this. Wait, you're actually not in tune. Grogan is not in tune, unless yes. Oh, he's faster, but he didn't use the right skill. Thank you very much for that, kind sir. I appreciate that this game has dumb AI. No, actually, do I appreciate it? I don't know. Let's appreciate 60k AoE damage. Bunch of people to hit, but they're all kind of slow-ish hits, which I don't like. Actually, Pheromones might be better for this. Yeah, Pheromones would take like 6 turns in a row and then start stunning. Would actually be better. Yeah, I would speed things up by a bit. Well, it's definitely a bit slower than my other hits, but it's doable. But to be honest, still not a bad team. Not a bad team. Not against it. Same is dumb. Well, as I mentioned, Pheromones would have done better in that team. Does not mean Same is not dumb. That's kind of true, but yeah. Are there any counts to the dot team? Nyx, as in the Nyx with a 1. That's by far best counter into it, I would say. But this team is just incredibly stupidly strong, not gonna lie. We got Prigon with a primer. Lots of primers today. Thank you all, guys. I highly appreciate those. You read Say is dumb, it's time for bed. Nice. Well, fun fact is actually when Seimei got released, my name of course is Sei. A girl that I dated just before that, her name is Mei. Seimei. Kind of random, right? Nine minutes on the clock. Didn't you also date a Veronica? The kind of was not really dating, but kind of, I guess. Oh wait, this one is the one that's wasted my time a little bit more. Oh no, it was a different one. This one definitely could waste my time a little bit more. Please kill this thing. Thank you for killing that. I'll get wrecked the last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes are always dangerous. Yeah, you could definitely get hit a lot by a lot of people. Like that. Half the list on 1 minute. Not sure if I'd speed this dude. I haven't hit his thing all rush yet, so. Say he's dating all summoners months. I never found the Gianna, though. That would have been very iconic. I think that would have even been the most iconic. Basically waiting for new transmogs. I dated a girl named Beelzebub. The only thing that I know called Beelzebub outside of like the official thing, what it is I guess a cat. I know someone calling a cat Beelzebub. That cat was kind of a demon as well, yeah. But it was this like pure, like dark-haired cat. The only thing you saw at night was just like a bunch of eyes. Was a cool cat though. Not sure. Oh, no, wait, that's Luffy. I don't outspeed Luffy on that. Definitely not. Could give it a try, but let's not give that a try. Man, too many things that I kind of want to hit, but kind of don't want to hit. Way too many of those. You don't go SWC? Which one? Europe Cup? Nope, I'm a caster. Who named their daughter after a demon? It was a cat, not a daughter. Two very different things, though. In most people's opinion, at least. Just got a 23 quarter. Rips. Especially on that one. That would have been good if it's anything else. Let's take you out first. Not that you're really that scary. Ooh, that thing is actually also pretty high damage. High damage more. Not bad. Well, I have damage as well. How much healing? How much healing? 44k healing. Shit. Shit. Yeah, the Moor is actually kind of dangerous in this team. Let's just do these refreshes. Jesus, no one that's actually high on my list at all. I should be outspeeding those. Keep getting Gina. I'm not sure why Gianna would be a full common name. Would it be America? I'm not sure. Like, that's also definitely a thing, right? Like, where is which name common in which region or country? There's Gigiana, that's true. But I'm actually not sure what our real name is. Regina? Regina is also somewhat... It's not super common in the Netherlands, but you do hear it. If you date an Ildong, you're screwed. I have no clue if that is common. I guess it's a Korean name. But that's as far as I would go on the knowledge on that, I would say. Gianna's more common in Italy. Oh, really? I don't know that. Interesting. Thank you for having glancing. Interesting, did not know that. 4 seconds on the clock. Could hit this one back, that one back. Okay, there's a few I could hit back if I so please. Where would Exorcist Association Resolver come from? Come to his HQ office. It's the only place on this whole planet. It's a rare breed. You don't want to date those. They'd come to us employees for easy LD5s. That was the case. I would have tried it. Maybe. Man, these lists are actually annoying to hit, not gonna lie. I did mention Vermos. Let's give this a try on the Vermos arena. Oh, Vermos does get stunned in the first rotation, of course. Forgot about that for a second. That's not an issue, actually. For land provoke. Oh, that's actually kind of a squishy Leo for a team like this, I would say. Ah, it's a fast Leo. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Dark Gojo good for AD? Yeah, definitely. Dark Gojo is really nice for AD. How did Kuma go so far? Kuma went okay-ish early on, but I think in the early matches I always get slow cleared, so I'm not sure how good he actually did, but I did switch him out. Okay, right in time for the 14 seconds. Can't do another one in this amount of time. How far are we up? We are just a few points up, actually not that many. Did get a success over here. That's actually interesting to get a new success over there. Well, should be legends. Should be legends. Was actually kind of close though. Was definitely kind of close. So in the end, I went for the Tianlang. I'm not sure if the Tianlang is the best in slot over here. Can't keep up with your offense? Yeah, my offense is really good. I would say my defense is not crazy good. It's my offense that's insane. Especially this one. The Grogener. Which still has like 7 in here. And 7 in there. Which I could arguably even 13. So there's still some upgrades to be made. Dream AD monster? I would probably say Dark Gojo. Dark Gojo or Giselle? Camilla proccing 4 times. Oh, that's rough, man. That's rough. I also did use the Alicia, which was kind of new. I can showcase the whole team. Which was this Wu Yong. I actually did do a decent amount of damage. But yeah, this is the Alicia that I was using. Would not say it's that bad. So if Grogan's killing you without attack. Well, you definitely need a fair bit of attack on the Grogan. Mine has an okay bit. We got Ammo Dance with a 65 rated. Thank you very much. How was Rush? Was pretty good. Was a close one, actually. Why is Shirley pitching so much? Did he even get... He just got G3. Who cares? Just to show off to Shirley. Like, fuck that, man. Don't be a bitch about it. Like, there's plenty of weeks where I don't get a legend. You'll never play that again. Calm down. Yeah, let's switch on to America's Cup. Because it probably started right now. So we can remove that. We can turn this one off. And let's check it out on the side of Twitch.
Participants for the Americas.
Yes, sir. And we can turn this thing off. Well, actually, I do want to share some of the... or I want to save the bolts, I think. Do I? Yeah, I think I'll do. But yeah, let's turn it off. This time around, we have True Will in there. Surely crashing out. Sure was definitely crashing out, man. Holy shit. I got legends. So the people that we have today. The only one that I'm sitting in front is True Will. But I would say my odds would go to Ladrillo and True Will, I would say. I think that those two have most odds. Yeah, 100%. Also, I would say the bracket of yesterday felt a lot stronger. Believe in Finny. Finny is a decent player, but I've seen him in like other things. I was never that impressed about him. Like, that's just my honest thought. I was never that impressed. Ladrillo is the cleaver guy. Ladrillo is the LD guy with shit ton of LDs. A lot of LDs. Did you try Archie and SF? No, I didn't. I should maybe give it a try, even if it's just for a video. Lestru was in the same bracket as Vinny. Yeah, that's the roughest part. Like, if True was on the top side bracket, I would have given Vinny a chance. 1-1. He's been in preliminaries more often, right? What's the reward for P3? I don't know by heart. Is it 80 LD pieces? Could be. GC Legends, thank you. $62 win rate is pretty high. He does have the Zeratul. Well, actually, I'm going to go for a quick toilet break. And then we're ready for this match, most likely. 1 second, be right back. Yeah, we started. Oliver first pick. Who doesn't have a shit ton of all these nowadays? Kind of fair, at least for the SWC players. Ooh, I'm loving the Gojo plus Okeanos. I think that's super strong in current meta. Even though Gojo doesn't have like crazy win rate at the moment, I still think that's such a strong combo. Let's see what he can compare with that. We do have She-Hulk potential. Early Angela. Not sure if I'm liking the Angela that early though. It's definitely an option, but it is a little bit on the early side for it. Let's see what we do for counters. Fire Monkey, if you go too hard on the fire, you get ended up with double water. Wait, I actually had this thing. Do I want to use that? No, I actually don't have to use it. Did you end up making a legend? Yes, I did. Are you friends with someone participating? I'm friends with Truel. From the 8 players over here, I would say I talk most with Truel. And that's not much, but it's a relative term. Oh, we got Ella and Annabelle. Okay, definitely going more bruiser route. It's going to be a longer fight for sure. Unless we're rocking in like super heavy damage in 4 and 5 and then 5 again. Chow is a good Chow. Could argue is a good Chow. Got legend on the rush. Mr. Fury. And let's see, what is stay high for the 5th? Could see a role where you go Diana. Ban out the Assure, but your Diana's definitely going to be banned in response. I was talking about Savannah yesterday, would have been a nice one too. Okay, that's 100,000% a ban on that Oliver. There's absolutely no way you leave an Oliver on the field with that. But is a Demon that strong though? I saw a fair bit of Demon use on the Korea server earlier this morning. I was not a big fan. From yesterday, we had Raigeki and Big V going in. Let's see. Do we keep the Demon in? Do we keep Oliver in? Oliver gone, Demon gone. Think you could have ignored the Demon. You could have killed it last. I don't think it would have been that much of a trouble. Because you have too many AoE heals. If you ignore the Demon, Demon would never be on low HP. And then the S2 is always worthless. So I think it would have been better if he ignored or like removed like an Annabelle or something like that. Or even the Okeanos. No, probably Annabelle. Because the Demon would always be full HP due to the Ella. Okay. Annabelle moving in front of Okeanos is a good rotation, actually. Annabelle has pretty high base speed, so it's definitely possible. How much damage is this? Fair bit of damage. Wait, can you boost that up with cooldowns? I'm still not sure how Ella works. Yeah, okay, wait. Can you insta-kill the Juno? Another Rain of Stones? Yo, this rotation, brother. This rotation, what the hell? That is so good. Damn. That a rotation and a half. That Dark Demon would have never done what that Okeanos just did. Demon would have killed itself with shield. I think it's still too much healing from the Ella, though. But wow, that Okeanos rotation just simply killing off everything. That was a nice one. Yeah, there's no way Chow is going to solo this whole thing, no. I think he's going to try it. Because why not? But I don't think that will be possible. Full off will. No, you had the strip. You had the strip moving all the way first. And Gojo was the strip in there. But yeah, that's a nice rotation right there, really. I haven't seen something like that in a bit. But yeah, from here, Justice will do a lot more damage because of units being dead. But is it going to be enough, though? It is definitely still a bit scary, though. But the moment you have another LS3 rotation, NFL, do you get double slows? Slow on the left at least. Another rotation on this one. Another Rain of Stones. We've seen a lot of damage on that last time. Yeah, should be enough, easy. Just S1, GG. Wow, well played by Stay Hive. That definitely makes sense to have your NFL faster than Okeanos. But you have to invest some good runes into your NFL to make that work. Yeah, that definitely did look like a good Chow matchup, but in the end, was just too much damage on that first rotation, killing off Juno and stuff. Like, if Chow had to 1v3 or 1v2, it would have definitely been a good call and a good one. But Chow had too many units to work with, and then just the chip damage at some point overtakes his healing. Let's see pre-bans. Do we go Gojo pre-ban? Other side could be an Oliver pre-ban, but kind of depends if Stay Hives also wants to play Oliver or not. I'm definitely taking their time with the pre-bans. Ella pre-ban, Woonsa pre-ban. Okay. Ella, understandable. Woonsa? Not too sure. I think Woonsa's definitely not really great at current meta. What do you guys think? Like, Woonsa's so stupidly hard counted by just the Megami that it's just not worth that much at the moment, I would say. Oliver for the first pick arena. That does make a lot of sense. The rush was pretty good. Was a very active rush, I would say. Finesse on the other side, into the Dark Monkey. Let's see. I did see a lot of Dark Monkeys on the first Asia server, or like the first Asia SWC prelims. I was not that impressed by the Dark Monkeys, though. They did good, but it was not that crazy. What did you have in your league? Oh, a bunch of people. I don't even remember most of the names, but there were like a fair bit of people high up. Okeanos and in Gojo. Man, if I had a Gojo, I would so play that with Okeanos all the time. It's so freaking strong. Let's see. Do we go Shia on the side of Twantuan? Would make sense. Ragdoll. Okay. Lucia. Makes sense. Actually, good Lucia. Yeah, I did get rank 1 in Arena. But yeah, Lucia is definitely strong in this because all 3 units have pushbacks. All 3 units on this side do have a pushback. And AoEs. Adding 1 more AoE. Adding 2 more AoEs. Lucia is in the best state of her life right now, pretty much. But do you have a unit? You kind of want to have a Douglas unit of water right now. But a Minato would not take it. Minato would not be strong enough. If your Douglas was water, it would have soloed that whole team. But do you have something like that? Chow kind of is, but I think there's too much chip damage for Chow to work with. Okay, still Chow. I think that's going to be Lucia ban. Yeah, I would say Lucia ban too much chip damage. Even if they take a lot of turns, it's not that bad. Gojo's 24 lead, yeah. Well, let's see how much they can do. I think there's too much chip damage because the NFL rotation is good. Either Ragdoll ban or Lucia ban will be good. I don't think you have to fear the Chow. Lucia ban, okay, so no healing on left side. Also, no healing right side, except of the self-healing for the Piranha. Piranha does have a good draft in here as well. Smicer? No, not really. You wanted something that is anti-stun. Let's see. Arguably a Misty. No, actually Misty also wouldn't have done that crazy. Okay. That does absolutely nothing. Yeah, that's why... Dark Monkey, kind of yes, but also kind of no. Ooh, Despair actually on the Gojo. Not sure if I like Despair Gojo. Well, if it's fast enough, I guess it works. Okeanos, do you send S2? Yeah, you 100% send S2. Ooh, the double misser! The double misser into the Viewer. Oh, that might be very bad. Because if Monkey starts off with an S3 into the Chow, could still do a lot of damage. If you're smart, you're resetting Vanessa. No, he should have reset Vanessa because Vanessa's currently stunned. So if you reset her, she will not have her passive up for like 2-ish turns. Okay, let's see how much this does. Is it the damage one? Most of the people don't really have too much damage on this thing. Definitely not that much damage. Okay, did land on all. Ooh, the Chow Procorino. The Chow Procorino full armor break. I would send it on the Gojo. Wait, did he send it with a skill 1 on the Gojo? Did he not S2? He also missed crit, I think. But why would he not send it on an S2? That's an interesting one. Oh, he did do S2. Thought it looked so S1, man. It looks so S1 to me because of the miscrit. But man, people don't have max crit rate on their Chows. Like, if you're using Chow into everything, so that means not just fire only, make it 100 crit, man. Who plays Chow without 100 crit rate? Well, I know one streamer that might not have 100 crit rate Chow. I think you guys can name it as well. If you're feeling lucky enough, you can get without it, I guess. Wait, if you transform right now, you die to dot, pretty sure. Yeah, therefore he did that still. And then he can go for the transform. But don't think Piranha would kill this all, would it? Oh, Despair stun. Well, Despair stun removed. No, Chow's gonna kill from here. But I would definitely say that this was very elevated by Okeanos missing S2. If the Okeanos did not miss S2, match would have been very different. Because then the Monkey would have been reset, provoked, and everything. Chow wouldn't have had the setup. So this was all the Okeanos with the double misser. Double 15 check. Nice. Double 15 check. Some potential. No potential. No potential for the Piranha. Unless it procs out on this turn as well. No, then it's too far off from the S2, I guess. Someone's playing on shitty internet, though. Oh, you can crit wrong element, though. Nice. Now way too far off from skills. Pause. Shitty internet. Pause. Bolt for Water Paladin. I've seen some full tank. High crit rate, high attack. Well, definitely not high crit rate, but high crit damage you want to go for, yes. I've seen people go speed HP, but also speed crit damage HP. Whatever you have better runes at, to be honest. Running out a little lifesteal in the S2 would be so insane. Well, he already has a bit of healing. Okay, 1, 2, 1. Well, let's see. Pre-bans. Do we go back to a Dark Monkey pre-ban? Well, Dark Monkey did incredibly good. But was it really good because of the resistance? Or was it actually good? It's kind of a resistance angle good thing, right? Without a resistance, would not have done as well. Also interesting to see that neither of them were actually contesting the Shiho. Which is, I would say, most meta units in game next to an Oliver at the moment. Okay. Can't go for Gojo Okeanos because Okeanos pre-banned. Then you look tired. Not that tired. Gojo with an NFL. Not too bad, not too bad. It's just the light. I'm too lazy to put on lights. Let's see. What do we pair with that? Shio might be not as interesting into 2 cleansers, but it's still an option. There's once again a lot of AoEs. Last time around, he went for Angela early. Okay, going for a different route. You do know that the Gojo is on Despair. Gojo on Despair you can definitely utilize to play this kind of stuff. I like that style. Let's see what Stay Hive does. Does he have any speed contesting himself? Shio on his side would not be bad, even though he has a lot of water already. Megami, kind of makes sense. What's with the Anival hype? Anival's pretty good into Shiho because of the high resistance in most cases. And Anival's pretty good into the Fire Bayek and just good all round. But a Ren. Ooh, would that Ren be actually fast? And then also the big question, is that Jogan willed or not? Gamble unit. Absolute gamble unit. Back to the Chow. Solid Chow position, I would say. Chow Juno. Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Not sure if it's going to perform the full solo, though, but liking the idea. I think that's going to be whatever Stay Hive puts in the 5th is going to get banned regardless. But what is he locking in? Sonya. Does have double speed. Yeah, Sonya's going to get banned. But what would you ban on the other side, though? I think you have to ban the Juno or the Chow. Probably I would go for a ban on Chow. Yeah, makes more sense. Juno's a little bit easy to handle with the units you have on the field because of the pushbacks. Okay, now the big question. Is that Ren super fast? Is the Jogan on will runes? Those could be the thing. High damage Ren could pop Juno? Yeah, absolutely. Ren is on a fair bit of damage if you put it towards damage. Okay, actually full team, no will runes? Brother, you know what your units have or not? If I would be playing full non-will rune, I'd be hella freaking banning that shit. I'd be banning that shit faster than the fucking clock allows me to ban that shit. Maybe to counter wounds. I don't mind what it is countering. I understand that it's countering wounds, huh? But the big issue is, you know that a Ren is potentially very fast. I would absolutely ban that if that thing is moving in front of me and I have no will. Because if you're full team willed, still totally fine match. But right now, it's super awkward. Someone did not believe in will. Yep. Ooh, a lot of debuffs landed, though. I don't think that S3 was worth it. I don't think that NFL S3 was worth it over there. He did, in the end, land everything on wrong element, too. But there were more odds to not land it on wrong element. Element. Okay, that's doing a lot of work, though. If these things keep stunned. Well, I think he's still in a good match because of, like, Twan would have absolutely had to ban off the Ren, 100%. If you know your own units. Maybe load the wrong save. Nah, you know your own units. It's just an absolute misban. Or he was expecting it's like, maybe it's just on like a weird Vio or Despair. I think he was gambling that. But no sound? No, I don't have sound on this. Because the sound that is on this cast is with the casters. So therefore there's no sound of the game. And no way Juno's gonna solo this, by the way. Girl's Prayer. 2.3Ks, not too bad. Not a Raigeki level, but definitely not too bad. Do you think Light Gojo S3 is trash? No, it's freaking good. It's really, really good. It's only bad if you use it at a bad timing. Besides that, it's really good. So a victory for Stay Hive. Stay Hive at 2 match points. Are all matches best of 5? Correct. Twan famous for not having will runes? I don't think so. But if he is, then it does make sense to rune up a fast Ren. Awkward match, definitely, agree. Ragdoll with the Bannerino, makes sense. And let's see if we're utilizing more AoEs then. Oliver with the steal. Side of Twan. How do you respond to an Oliver? Would you go for an Okeanos steal? I would like Twan to pick up Okeanos Shiho right now. Back to the Dark Monk. Is kind of an Okeanos, but then again, Okeanos is a steal. Your enemy will pick up Okeanos if you don't do it yourself. Also, this monkey is weird swift, which I don't really like. Or at least it's faster than other units. Sierra, okay. Is this the guy that made the Reddit post years ago advocating enhanced runes? I don't think it's this guy, though. That is Pokemango, but Pokemango is not one of those players as far as I know. Okeanos on your enemy side. You're not gonna like that? You are not gonna like that. It outsped a Despair Gojo. Yep. It's probably Vio. It could be Vio decently fast, but then again, I'd rather have my Dark Monkey move after my Hey Gang than anything. The Tolerance guy. I don't think this is the Tolerance guy. Woundsa. Okay, with the Woundsa, it's more okay to go for that. With Sonya. Okay, fair play, fair play. The Megami is definitely awkward. You kind of want to lock in the Megami, but that's your third speed lead. And that's definitely awkward. Ren makes a lot of sense, actually. There's only one speed on your enemy side just yet. Would you go Ren Vanessa? Would that be strong enough? Ren Vanessa might actually do it. Because his last pick is going to be a speed lead. And what speed leads are left over that actually do something proper? Leo. I'm not sure if I like the Leo. Not sure if I like the Leo in here. Because that makes your banning phase really difficult. But he has to lock in a speed lead right now. Only proper speed lead he can actually go for is Vanessa himself, though. Like a Samath is ass. Okay. Is an option, is an option. He's definitely betting on Sierra not being banned in that case. Well, the thing is, with the Leo, he can kind of... I don't know. The ban in this one is going to be very important. I would still say Leo ban. Lucia ban, okay. Ren is gonna outspeed and probably freak up the matches last time around. That Cookie is big brain. I'm not sure because it makes the banning a little bit weird. Let's see. Ren first turn once again. And yep, once again, full non-Willerinos. The man did not believe in Necro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why you go Necro. Yeah, you can leave the match. You can save everyone a minute of their time. There's no way that you're gonna proc out of 2-turn silence with an Okeanos coming up, an Oliver against no wrong elements. There's no way, man. There's absolutely no way. Leo ban was done. Leo ban in the end was a good pick. That is definitely true. Yep. Great picks by Stay Hive in the end. Really great picks. Good counters. GG Stay Hive. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 0 wills, man. 0 will in 2 matches, getting hard counted by a Ren. Like, if you're known to do 0 will, it's so freaking smart to go for a fast Ren. This has to be Pokemango. I've never heard that this dude is Pokemango. It could be, but I don't think so. What does Ren even do if they're all on will? Absolutely nothing. But if you have the intel that your enemy likes to run all off will, it's kind of screwed. And with kind of screwed, I mean really freaking screwed. Well, he does one thing, put threat state on himself. That's about it. Yeah, this first rotation was especially really nice. I did like this one a lot. Who picks 4 will runes, non-will runes against Ren? I have no clue, man. Well, especially in the match 3, he could have banned it and he didn't ban it. Did you test Sonya? Yeah, the nerf is definitely noticeable for the damage, but she's still good. If you just take out the Ciara, you don't have to hit Ciara for like 60k, right? Banning Leo is weird. Yeah, especially if you know that... Well, maybe it was hoping to outspeed, but even then, it's just weird. Can you put in some background music? No, I cannot, because of copyrighted music on YouTube. If you want background music, open a second tab. Put whatever music you want. It's the easiest fix of your life. You can play exactly what you like. Now, that's the thing with YouTube streaming. I cannot put music in there. One bot accounts. Played like F3. I don't know. In honesty, I don't know. Which stripper to pair with a light and Nozuke? I most likely Triton or Wunsa. Sadly, you're on the phone. Ah, that's too bad, man. Well, if you sing really loud, you also have your background music. Is that an option? Ladrilla, let's go. Yep. Here's to see what Ladrilla will do. Twan did not play like a top 10. Fair. Fair, I do kind of agree on that one. But maybe it was just bad preparation. I don't know. Like, to be honest, I would never put, like... I would maybe have, like, some units off Will and, like, specific units to counter Wunsa. But I would not rune up, like, a full Wunsa countering box or anything like that. That's so weird. Especially with Megami. Her Ladrillo was selling before. Pretty sure it's still the same Ladrillo. I actually do not know this guy. Good box, though. Pretty similar to mine-ish. Well, no, I'm missing one unit. But Ciara Gianna in current state is pretty good because of the Jogun potential. Kovaci is not really one of the strongest out there. Also, his win rate is not crazy high. He did play a fair bit of match, but 52 win rate, I think he's gonna have a rough time against Ladrillo. Maybe it's more of a Gianna counter. Well, you're not countering Gianna anymore with that. This draft, man. Look at this draft. Look at these shinies. Well, okay, there's 2 non-shinies in both sides, but then again, I expect Ladrillo. He's one of the few still Veronica players out there. There's not that many Veronica players, and he likes the Veronica a lot. Veronica is definitely one of those. If she lands all, she's still so freaking strong. It's just that she has a double activation check and she might miss. And they can proc out right now. But yeah. Are these win rates considered good? Ladrilla had like 59, right? 59 is definitely high up. But Urgot had 52. That's not that crazy. But then again, it's also, you can definitely sit in like, let's say, G, or like, let's say C1. And with C1, you have like 70% win rate just because you didn't play enough matches. Or you're sitting in, let's say, P3 and you have like 60% win rate. Play a lot more matches, you'll end up at like 50-50-ish. So it definitely means like how many matches did you play. So win rate is a little bit clouded for the actual meaning. Well, let's see. Oliver ban and a Widget ban. Interesting. Swift Seal Veronica still good though. It's kind of bad into Hey Gang actually. Because the seal counts as a debuff. Will be cleanse gives double boost. Ladrillo playing meta. She-Ho first pick. Let's see what Urgot goes for the speed leads. Alt speed leads in the side of Twin Angels. What do you pair with that? Early Okeanos. Okay, I'm liking that one a bit more with... yeah, sure, fits a little bit better over there. Sierra Gianna on that side. Probably Hey Gang plus something on the side of Urgot then. Or you go on the route of Josephine. Going both Josephine and Hey Gang is lacking damage, I would say. But let's see what I would like to go for. Okay, more Twin Angels. If you go for that right now... Oh, does have a Pater. Pater is really good in current meta. But then we have a Jogun. Does he go double speed lead though? Kind of has to go double speed lead, but there's not really a good fitting speed lead at the moment. Most of the good speed leads already banned out. Juno, okay, takes away the Jogun. Gonna go something else over there. What would you like to go over there? Don't go Chow. Chow is not great in here. Oh, Pontus. I am not sure if I'm liking that. I am not sure if I'm liking the Pontus over here. It has some potential. I don't even think you needed a Hey Gang in that final slot. If you just went an Angela in there, I think you would have had so much healing banning out the Sierra that he could have never killed you. That's one of those matches, or even like a Rakoni. If you went Rakoni in the 5th, I think enemy team had no healing, you would just out-sustain it. Okay, let's see how much this Hey Gang shenanigans can do then. Missing the opportunity for quad oracles with Pra or Lima. Wouldn't be surprised if he has Lima. But let's see if he can get anywhere with this kind of draft at hands. Okay. Good timing to do that. So you can't really go for an S3. Good choice, good choice. Will be removed later on anyways. Do you go for an armor break right away right now? I think you could potentially... is that the right choice though? That's a little bit weird. Don't send the S2. Do not waste your S2 right now. You need that S2 later. If you use S2 right now, it's GG. Okay, good. Awkward thing is you have to S3. But at least you have a good rotation later on, because he doesn't have any strip. But also your turn order is off by the Shio S3. Oh, you kind of have to send it for the healing, don't you? Okay, decides not to. You have a little bit of shield and healing on this, but that is the part that is nerfed. Oh, you would have liked to see a Gianna stun at this position. But I think Orchid actually still has like a decently fine draft on this. I don't really like the Pontus. Ooh, that's an insane proc though. If you land that silence, doesn't land the silence, but he's still cutting actually. I was not expecting that one to cut. Yep, that's a GG. That's just an Assure not ruined good enough. I think the Assure should have cut. 23k, that's a lot of bomb damage. That's a lot of bomb damage. Crazy sack. Well, if the Pontus landed the silence, and therefore the Pontus, and then the Assure took a turn, I would have called it crazy sack. But since the Sierra moved in front of the Assure regardless and the silence missed, I would have not called it a sack, to be honest. Like the Sierra would have moved regardless of the Pontus proc or not. If the Assure would have cut the turn, it would have been like more sacky. Yeah, absolutely. But that was not the case. But that is definitely a fair bit in difference in rune quality. That's the main thing in this matchup. But also Hey Gang plus Pader will end you up with very low damage. Ladrilla already won? Pretty much, yeah. Either how, I'm still not a big fan of this Pader pick right there on the left side. Can you take that out? Not that much damage on the monkey though. Most monkeys do a little bit more damage than 2.2s. It could be on an HP style. But I like monkey to be a little bit tanky-ish, but I don't like full H or like an HP 4 and HP 6 on the monkey. Because in most cases, you're protected by your invis and immunity anyways. Fast game GG. Well, we're not done yet though. We're not done yet. Oh, that could actually turn it around. If you don't stun, S2. No. Wait, we're not done at all yet. That's why the Pontus was not great. Speed HP attack this guy. Yeah, if he was speed attack, match would have been over. If he was speed crit rate attack, match would have been over. So I would say bad Pontus pick. Well, the Sierra bomb. No. He has S3, right? I'm pretty sure he has S3. If he had additional turns, nope. S3. GG's. Yeah, the Pontus did absolutely nothing in this fight. Pontus added nothing to this fight. 9k damage, not too bad. Yeah, maybe not even bad runes on the monkey, but just wrong runes on the monkey. I definitely recommend speed attack or speed crit rate attack. I personally like speed crit rate attack the most. Because a lot of drafts still have some options for armor breaks. Even if you send this bomb right now, you might take out a unit, but it's not going to help you. Oh, you actually procced away the immunity. That's so bad. 30k bomb though. That Sierra's on some. I'm not sure what she's taking, but she's taking some roids, man. Holy shit. That's some insane damage for Sierra. 30k bomb. Without an attack buff. It was a little bit further in the match though, but still. That is an insane amount of damage. Okay, Peter broken. Peter is actually hard countering the Gianna meta, yeah. Peter is doing really good. And I would say that this Peter was not crazy ruined. Like, not like the Peter we have seen from Guts. Like, Guts was just throwing like 30k Peter crits at it. This one is not that crazy, but still good enough. Sierra taking the Water Monkey slot 6 attack. Yeah, seems like it. Seems like it. Okay, let's see what we have on the pre-ban. Gianna pre-ban would make sense. Veronica pre-ban. Assure pre-ban. Okay. Assure pre-ban. Well, it's something that Urquhart plays. Veronica pre-ban. Not too sure about it because Jogun in current meta is pretty much as good. Once again, Twin Angels. Wait, does that mean that... Why would Urquhart not pick up Oliver? I think he's playing one meta ago. You definitely should have picked up Oliver. Here, Okeanos this side on the side of Urquhart, though. Josephine, yep, makes sense. If you have something along the lines of Zinazek right now, if he goes Josephine Zinazek, I almost call GG already. Veronica sucks. Well, Veronica is pretty good in the hands of Ladrillo. Ooh, Miying is also super strong in this right now. If he finishes off that draft with a Zinazek, which I wouldn't be surprised if he has, will be an absolute insane draft right there. Okay, decent bruiser units. I'm not too sure if it can kill like a Miyang though. Shizuka. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of Shizuka still. But with the Shio meta, it does kind of make sense. Misty in the end though. Misty is okay, but not that great of a bruiser into the Fire Monkey. In a lot of cases, Fire Monkey still does a little bit more. Yeah, Fire Monkey is really good over there, yeah. Well, let's see who takes first turn. Shiho, of course. Always damn Shihos. Also, not high damage. That's even lower damage than the previous Shiho. Oh, the misser, though. That's a big misser. Also, will runes on the Shiho. Not something you always see. How important is it to have Water Monkey on Will? It is important if you don't have a speed lead. So if you don't always end up with a speed lead, it's important. Otherwise, it's not as important because an Athna doesn't care, right? Rain of Stones. Not so Rain of Stones. Fire Monkey, how much can you do? Okay, early goes for that one. Does make sense. If you stun it on this S2, does actually... Is Urquhart actually gonna like kick out Ladrillo right now because Ladrillo is actually having kind of wonky-ish drafts? Well, he also had like a wonky SS2 on the Josephine, so there's more RNG than anything. But yeah, Monkey's doing a hell of a job right here. That's definitely a thing. If you stun right now, Josephine will take a turn, take out one unit, but getting rid of the Monkey right now is going to be super hard. Do you like this meta from casting perspective? From casting perspective, it's not that bad. From playing perspective, it's kind of bad because everything has half an activation check. Like Josephine S2, not full activation check. Shio S3, not full activation check. Okeanos S3, no full activation check. Twin Angels S2 and S3, no full activation check. Like, there's just too many half activation checks. Oh, Ladrillo, though, you gotta go for the reverse sweep, my man. You gotta go for them reverse sweeps. This ain't looking good. Ladrilla going out. He not done yet, but it's not looking too juicy. You're angry. Who's Urquhart? I actually don't know this guy. Was this guy a account buyer? I don't know. Could be his own account. It's just someone I haven't heard of. You haven't heard of. Doesn't mean he's an account buyer. It could be, but it could also not be. Let's see. Pre-bans on them final. Definitely the bruiser units in current meta are doing very well. That is definitely a very true statement. Okay, back to Twin Angels. Okay, Twin Angels pre-ban is actually kind of smart. I like that from Ladrillo because Urquhart hasn't been showing using Oliver. Also, Ladrillo can go for the Oliver steal. That is actually even smarter. I'm not sure if Urquhart has an Oliver. Okay, it does have an Oliver. Almost smart. Well, you can still go for Sierra. Ladrillo has a crazy good Sierra, so that's fine. Nezuko. Okay. It's a bit of a bruiser heavy-ish. Gianna on that side. Okay. I could see a world where you go Male Wang right now on the side of Ladrillo. Plus is Josephine. Mei Wang Misty. Miying. Kind of same-ish. Sonya, though. Ooh, one speed lead apart. I don't think that Sonya can kill an Oliver nor a Gianna in current state, though. Hecker. I'm also not a big fan of the Heigang position of Urquhart, because Heigang in this position will only work for the first turn if the Pater is banned out. Ah, well, you just wait. How would you value Heigang over a Pater, though? That's an interesting one. The Pater draft just makes things that kind of save things. 50-50 in my opinion. Let's see. Gianna is moving in front of the Pater. That's really bad, though. That is definitely something that's super bad. Also, wait, the whole team of Ladrillo? No, it's just the Sierra was also outspeeding. That Sierra's crazy fast, though. 23k bomb. Let's see if it's also tanky, because it could be very well not tanky. Yo, that thing even tanky as well, man. Holy hell. That is an insane set. That is definitely room quality diff. Was that a crit? 12k crit? Is that a damage Oliver? That is weird, sir. That is weird. Okay, you do have the Moonlight thingy right now. But the big question is, where are you going to focus your next damage from that Assure? Assure probably has to go on... Oh, you do have the team up. Did not strip. Wait, the team up is the one that stripped from the Nezuko, right? That's kind of bad. Goes on the monkey. Does land half of it, though. Stuns. No stuns. But silence is there. Otherwise, you would have had another round of S3 already. Oh, now Oliver starts pushing back. That's always bad. That part. But you have a lot of uptime of immunity later on. Because you got immunity on 2 units. And Urquhart might have an issue with that later on. Okay. Wait, if you stun this, that's actually kind of bad. And now you can stun on the right side too. He should have switched. He should have switched because he had the Moonlight skill up already. Ah, no activation. Everything a half activation ass skill. Wait, can he push back? Does push back. And that's a guaranteed land, so landing the stun on the Pater right now should be easy. Or you just send it full on the... No, you're not going to kill, right? You got no damage, boy. You got no damage. Tricky one. If it survived, he got the S3 off. Bayek would have used S3. It would have been GG still. But at this point, Ladrillo saved our prediction over here. Don't think you would come back from this. Also, don't think you would have had to use the S2 over there. I would have rather used an S1 rotated later. Yeah, this Pater is not like the crazy damage Pater. It's definitely a crit rate Pater. The other ones we have seen was more crit damage, I think. Ooh, no skills though. Skills on this. Well, yeah, no, just for immunity, you just send it. And the extra chip damage. And then skill 3. Alter Ego. 2.9k is the damage that other monkeys have been doing without the branding on it. Okay. Well, it was mainly by rune quality diff. Well, and yet Ladrilla also had 33 lead. But then again, Sierra was faster than the Assure and Oliver and everything. What stats should Assure have? Seems way more damage than yours. Most of them are crit damage. Yeah, Sierra killing the Gianna in the early rotation was definitely goated. But also this Pader was actually moving after the Gianna and stuff. So this Pader needs a boost to actually get his rotation in, which is kind of a bad thing. Pader moving first is way better, but it's also way harder to rune if you go for crit damage, of course. But this one did not do damage for crit damage kind of liking, in my opinion. Let's see. Pader ban. Trauma banning. I like that. I like that. Veronica banned once again. Actually, Veronica wasn't on the field a single time, even if it was draftable. So not sure if Ladrilla is actually even focusing on that unit right now. But they both share Gianna, so banning your own unit is always a little bit awkward. Does he go for Sierra Gianna straight up? Yep. Could go for Oliver Shiho right now or so. Into the Assure. Shio. Makes sense. Oliver Joe Gunn. It's a little bit awkward into the Shiho though, maybe. Still Oliver. Athna. Okay. Can see that working. Can also see once again Urquhart going for Fire Monkey in 4. Let's say you go Fire Monkey plus Bird. Live Pony. Not bad. Not bad. Do you then go Pony plus Hey Gang? Megami. Okay, would have maybe liked the Hey Gang a little bit more. Sonya. Sonya's must ban. Because this Sonya would... Well, then again, Pony RNG though. If you keep that RNG in. Sonya is locked in. Sonya's banned. He would have actually gambled the Pony RNG. That's something. But yeah, the Athna. Will the Athna take it right now? Well, if the Assure procs or the Pony procs, he still has a very good chance. But then again, Oliver also has something to say about that. Fine damage. Scale 3. Can we land? If we miss, Gianna misses, it's GG. Nope, Gianna lands all. Yeah, then it should be fine. Then Ladrilla has this match. Reset Pony. I would have reset the Pony though. Because from the Pony you actually get A to B for, or like a lot more likely. You could have bombed. Because this is way higher on resistance, exactly for that reason. The resistance on Assure is not that high. Assure did proc out though. If you missed the bomb on Assure procking out, it would have been worse. So it's not necessarily a misplay, it's more a risk analysis play. I would call it that. Like what could go wrong more on one side towards the other? Ooh, Oliver, don't do him like that. I'm fearing this Oliver. Okay, we landed the bomb over there. Also, if the Assure goes for the S3 right now, that's actually risky because if Assure procced... Wait, if he killed the Twin Angel? No, that's dead. What are you doing? It's like, I don't like my unit on the field. Transform. Go to hell. Straight to Azkaban. Fuck, man. But he actually gambled with the Twin Angel. Let's say he killed the Twin Angel. Then the second lowest HP would have been the Pony. If the Assure went for an additional turn, Assure S3 would have actually cleansed the Pony. Pony and Assure could have maybe catch up the match from there. Would have been difficult though, but it was definitely a little bit scary. People go bomb damage on Sierra. It's very common. It's, I would say, the best one out there. I would say best one is bomb damage. Second best is probably minus fire or so. Why is no one using Zeratul? Because they don't have Zeratul. Like, that's the main reason why people don't use Zeratul. They don't have it. If they have it, they would draft it. Do you think same on Gianna? No, Gianna still additional damage. Like Sierra bombs, you can explode yourself. Gianna bombs can be cleansed off. It's like a really big difference in value. Okay, Hagang on the ban. I kind of like that. We love RNG. Yep. Okay, first pick. Do we go for Shio again? Does go for Shio. We're good. Probably goes for Twin Angels, sure. Ooh, Twin Angels with that. Because the Hagang is banned. Kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. But I do kind of fear that Ladrillo has just straight up faster units right now with Jogun and stuff. Pater. Also makes sense. But we do know Pater is a little bit on the slower side. Does he have any more fast speed contesting units? If your Megami is on Will, Megami on Will would do decent. But if he doesn't have that on Will, it's kind of rough. Oliver Steele. Okay, so Ladrillo doesn't have like a really good option for a speed lead. Except for the Light Hacker, Silver. Not sure if you want to lock that in. Not sure if you want a Gianna in there, though. Who won the first match? Stay Hive. Sonya, single speed leads. Not sure if I'm liking that. Not too sure if I'm liking that. It is an option, though, but it's definitely a fair bit of a gamble. Back to the Assure. Okay. Yeah, I might see this match actually go to... I think he should have banned off the speed lead. There was only one speed lead, and you have a 33 lead. I think wrong on the ban, because now you get outsped by 2 units. Even 3 units. Shatter, free Shatter, yep. Still outspeeds now. I think 33 lead should have been able to make you outspeed. Wait, that's... He wanted to make it move, but he actually still moved in front. Well, it's still kind of fine. It kind of depends who moves after this, though. Yeah, Jogun moves after this. Yeah, no, he should have banned speed lead. He should have hella banned speed lead. Well, then again, could int on the strip, could int on the Sierra. No int on the strip. Sierra, where do you place your bomb, though? Twin Angels, makes sense. 33k bomb! Brother! Brother! That HP, man, it's just like full 0. Done. That's insane amount of damage. 33k, holy hell. Wow, that's some insane Sierra right there. Because we also did see a tank a hit from the Bayek before. It's still relatively tanky. Well, Ladrillo saved our predictions. Thank you, Ladrillo. Appreciate it. But man, that Sierra is insane. Attack buff, not that insane, to be honest. He was doing like 23.5k without. That's fair numbers. That's fair numbers. Just got Lydia. Is she any good? Not really. Not the biggest of fans. You way better gamble on the Sonya hit. I think he should have just banned out speed lead, yeah. Because he had the 33 lead. He probably should have survived shit. How are you doing, by the way, Rex? Ladrillo was wild comeback. Yep. Fuzzy day kinda did. Can happen. Did you finish Legend? Yes, sir, I did. Especially when he knew what the Sierras gave off. Yeah, he had like straight up 3 units outspeeding him. Well, maybe he was hoping to outspeed the Jogun. But it was also funny, he kept going back to pre-banning the Veronica, but even the match where Veronica was not available for picking, Veronica was never picked. So I'm pretty sure that the Veronica runes were on the Jogan, because Jogan is currently a better Veronica in all honesty. So every time that he banned off the Veronica, he should have actually been banning off the Jogan. Still good odds that he has it as like a backup rune, but it's probably a lower tier. Is Veronica even meta right now? Not really. I would say that Ladrillo, every time that Veronica was not super meta, Ladrillo was the only one actually using it. Ladrillo has some insane sweatshirts. Ladrillo has good runes. That's 100% true. That is 100% true. But Veronica? Well, I would say if you give one of the nerfs of Veronica back to Veronica, would she be too OP again? I do think so. This was the second match, right? Yeah. Is Secret a better Jogan? No, absolutely not. The strip is way better than Secret. The unit is so hard to balance. Kinda is. Give her full strip, to be honest. Wait, Veronica has full strip, right? Oh, wait. No, she only strips one debuff. Yeah, give her at least full strip again. That's true. Yeah, don't strip just one debuff. She struggles into, like, just a shield already. Why does he pre-ban Wajet? Also never was in the match. Actually, any of the pre-bans that was shown were never picked. It's kind of interesting. We got Vinny playing over here. Gojo Okeanos user. Always damn strong. Especially in current meta. Who was his opponent again? Pandalic. I actually voted in Pandalic. It was more of a wild card, but I think Pandalic is actually pretty solid. Did not play that many matches though. But since it is in Brazil, it's Pandalic. No, I'm gonna call him Pandalic. I don't give a shit. I like to butcher names. But this will be a 50-50 matchup for me, though. I got Asima. What buff do you think she needs to be usable in RTA? It's just, I don't think Asima's bad. It's just the meta is not fitting her at all. Plus, Rika kind of doing her job anyways. How lucky did they treat you in APAC? What do you mean in APAC? Why did he ban Wajet before? I do not know. Paid her on the pre-ban. Makes sense, makes sense. Pandalic sitting at 31. Rank 31, that's not bad. Early Hey Gang. Could still be a Gojo though. Will there be another balance patch before finals? Yes, there will be another balance patch in the end of October. And then the balance patch after that is probably end of November then. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, straight into the Joe Gunner. Jessica's not that crazy at the moment, no. At least I'm not a big fan. Just remove Josephine from the meta. Thank you, Countess. I would agree. Josephine is a stupid unit. Pandalic with the Layla. Okay. Definitely a bit of all-round draft on the right side. Layla is hard countered by the Nobara. I'm not sure how strong that will actually do. Interesting on the draft, though. Mayowen kind of is an option, but also not really. Chow? Chow ban Ciara, is that the game plan? Could be an option, but it's kind of hard to deal with a few units on the field, though. I would say draft Fairy versus Finny, in my opinion. Ciara's gone. That makes sense. And also Twin Ages will most likely outspeed. Twin Ages Okeanos is probably still boostable. We believe in Chow, right? Well, Chow in this meta is not that bad, but I think he will have a difficult match. Ooh, Shio is actually faster without a lead. Okeanos is looking at a stun. No, Twin Ages are looking at a stun. Well, that actually makes sense, kind of-ish. Well, the Jogun is very awkward right now in this draft. Like, you could S3, but for what reason? Like, just a little bit of chip damage. Hopefully get a stun on this. Wait, Juno missing crits? Vinny! Ew! Your Juno's missing crits! What is even that? Wait, I would have not sent the S2 over here. Sending that S2 from the Layla's kind of int. Because you just simply get more debuffs on... Yeah, well, the anti-clans kind of makes sense. But getting more debuffs on the Nobara kind of is int. Also, Chow will get out of the trap with full HP. I am not sure about that, sir. I'm not sure about that armor break over there. Well, maybe he's trying to one-hit it with the Chow on the armor break. Oh, the additional turn, though. Vinny has taken the crazy additional turn. Otherwise, would this Chow have been able to take it out? I think you don't have to care about the Nobara, though. I think you double tap, like, the Juno, the Shio. Yep, I would have ignored that Nobara. Definitely would have ignored that shit. 3k per hit. That's a lot of damage. Is not crit rate, though. Yeah, Nobara's gonna put that Chow to 1 HP, GG. Interesting one, interesting. But I think Panda, like, probably did kind of misplay it with going for an armor break on that Nobara. Chow can take out the Nobara, but he should have been ignoring it. He should not have been putting debuffs on it. Like, that's the main thing. You're countering yourself by putting debuffs on that one. Also, would the match have been very different if the Nobara did not proc out, still had the armor break, and Chow went for a random crit, the wrong element, and then had, like, more of a free match? Crazy one. Could have been, like, a turnaround, match-winning kind of scenario right there. Yeah, most of the time when you see a Layla on the enemy team, you just smack in Nobara, you're good to go. Sierra, let's see. Early Hey Gang once again, but this time on the other side. Peter on the side of Pandelik with a Josephiner. Vinny, do we still go for a Gojo shenanigans? Probably not. Shio's still in the field. Neither of the two players picked up the most contested unit in SWCA thus far, I think. Oliver sitting in the pre-ban, so the leads are looking a little bit more dire. Vanessa for the leads in that reason. Doesn't really have follow-up on the Vanessa yet. Misty kind of becomes follow-up on the Vanessa. I could see a potential Mayoing on the side of Panelik right there. Layla once again. I'm not too sure about a Layla in this comp though. For whom or what are you trying to counter? Yeah, keep that shit hidden. Take that shit away. Don't draft a Layla into that. A Bayak I can understand a lot more. I would have rather seen Mayoing though. I think Mayoing in current meta is also super strong. Also, the 1v1 of a Mayoing versus Misty. I think Misty might actually take it. But it is close. Because in the end, the Mayoing can proc. If it procs once at the right timing, it just kills shit. What's the final pick going over here? Could be a Juno. Juno Bambaik. Monkey over there. Not a bad position for the Monkey neither, but I don't really like Monkey that much into Josephine, because Josephine provides 2-turn provoke into the Monkey. Also, this Hey Gang is in a really bad spot right now. Hey Gang after turn 1 is complete useless value. So I think that Vandelik actually has probably a better draft, unless this Monkey goes crazy. He's a crazy Monkey. He's a crazy one. Okay, armor break setup for probably absolutely nothing, but let's see. Also, turn order makes it super awkward. Okay, does the Pater. Pater moves in front. 2-turn provoke on the Monkey. Yup. Yeah, that's a rough draft right there, my sir. That's why you don't want to Hey Gang that early. Okay, do we go hard on the monkey, kill it twice? Or do we go on the Vanessa? Okay. Wait. I was like, he's gonna silence the Vanessa and then kill something else? What? Yeah? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He could have deleted the unit of the field already with the silence better placed. That's a lot of damage, but Bayek will be there to cleanse that off. Do we go for the switch? Or do we stay to heal? Okay, it's not trusting the bomb damage. That should be enough bomb damage from here. That's no damage. Ew, what the hell? Well, it's also minus fire, most likely. 17k bomb. That's 5k less than the bomb of Ladrillo. I think it's a rune issue in this one. Ooh, good stun and bad stun. Okay, can we take this down? Vader on the damage? 8k damage, not that much, but did take it down. I'm not sure about the switch. Armor break. Yeah, that's the main issue with Misty. It can never proc because it's never on Vile. And now Misty is looking at a 2-turn provoke. Yep, that lands. Yeah, I would say that the rune quality on the side of Vinny did look stronger, but the draft of Panda was definitely better. Goes for slash, does land it. If he kills the Misty right now, Misty's permanently gone as well. I think you have bomb. Good lands on those, but if he lands the bomb with the silence, takes it out. GG. Yep. That is a GG right there. 1-1. 1-1. Like I said, Panda is a wild card right there. And yeah, the man got ranked 31. That's not nothing. Let's see what we have for them pre-bans. Pre-ban arena. What are we liking? What are we looking at? What are we cooking today? We participate in SWC in the future. Maybe at some point if I really like the meta, but that was current year not really the case. Jogan on the ban, and we have a Pater on the ban. Yeah, Pater is definitely, I would say, if you're calling out something unit of the whole tournament, I would say Gianna #1, Pater is #2, because it counters the #1. Well, and I've seen in a lot of regions, Zeratul. I would say these three units are kind of dominating the SWC scene. Fun fact is actually Guts has 2 out of 3. Whereas Guts was always one of those players that had barely any of the good LDs. Now he has 2 out of 3, which are, in my opinion, most dominant in SWC. But this match, countable, common meta units on the field thus far. Valajul, that's definitely uncommon. And there we have the Gianna. Hagang on the side of Vinny. Hagang this time around has more value. Chow, kind of makes sense. I could still see a Chow die to Gianna landing the dots and the bomb, and therefore the Chow at some point cannot cleanse enough. So this is a position where I could definitely still see a Chow lose. Back to the Layla. Okay. Who for the bans, though? Oliver ban? No, he's actually respecting the Chow. Interesting. Hard to say who's gonna have a favorable matchup on this draft, to be honest. I could see both of them win. Will I make a Heihachi video? I will try him in his F somewhere later this week. Shiho takes the first turn. Can we get a stun? We do get a stun. Is this going to be a Valaju on 100 res? If it's a 100 res Valaju, I definitely approve it. I think the only Valaju in current state that's really strong is 100 res because it counters Josephine. Those are mostly not high accuracy. And also it counters She-Hope. Yep, 100 res. Nice. Smart play. Smart play. 100 res Valaju is really good in current meta. I think more people should pick that up, actually. It's the first one I've seen in SWC so far. I did not think of it myself, but the moment I saw it locked in, I'm like, yo, 100 res actually makes a lot of sense in current meta because a lot of units are not that high on accuracy. Solid draft by Pandelic once again. Still have to be careful on procs, but you're looking at 3-turn. Oh, is that maybe sending up a little bit too much? No, I think it's fine, actually. No, it's actually kind of good to do that already early because it's a lot of chip damage. And Josephine didn't have the passive at that moment. Miss on that. Bad timing for proc. If you go S2 right now, he gets AoE shield, but you have more chance to get your Invis back up. Let's go for it. Doesn't land on anyone. Oh, doesn't land on anyone. Stop it, say people are gonna play that. Hey, low-key, if it's good, man. Look at that Valid, you're doing a shit ton of effort. Yeah, Josephine actually resisted. That's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, once again, good drafting by Pandelic with the Valid, absolutely. Alter Ego. Yeah, that's GG right there. Yeah, most Josephines are like, what, 25 accuracy, maybe a little bit higher. We need more Lawrence. Lauren RTA. I think Lauren RTA is low-key not bad if she didn't have terrible base stats. No, actually, regardless, I think it's still kind of bad. She has too many small activation checks as well. No more Jogan on the ban. No more Peter on the ban. Well, whoever wins here most likely has to play Truel later on. It's going to be hard. 3k hits were strong. Yep. Yep, this monkey damage is doing definitely a lot more. I like the speed, crit rate, attack monkeys. Oliver on the side of Panda. Do we counter? Sierra. Could go Sierra Joe Gun. Is that the way of play? Sierra Monkey is a little bit awkward, but it does work. Into the Haygang and the Okeanos. Panda locking in his units very fast. Comfortable in his draft. Joe Gunner on the side of Vinny. What kind of speed lead? Like, there's often the search for the speed lead, but besides Oliver, Sierra, I feel like all speed leads kind of feel awkward. Do you guys have the same feeling? Like, a Chandra's awkward. Twin Angel's kind of awkward. Vanessa, most of the time, kind of awkward. Like, they're all not bad, but they feel a lot more awkward than an Oliver or Sierra. Bayek. Yeah, Gojo does have, or Vinny does have the Gojo, right? He's not using it right now. I think that Gojo or that Bayek might have been a timeout, but I'm not 100% sure. If the timer is sitting on 15 seconds with the next pick of Vinny, then it was a timeout. But that's not a unit you would have all the way on the left. Yeah, Vinny is not using his Gojo at all. But once again, I'm kind of slightly favoring the draft of Panda. Ooh, interesting one. I'm not sure if I'm liking it. It's definitely interesting to go for Light Monkey right there. The Chichia de Sung. But you still have a 5th pick you have to deal with. If there was a Nobara, you would be even looking at a worse draft. I think I like Nobara over Juno even. But you're still fighting the Shio and stuff. Can you actually strip the immunity to make it work? Now, we have seen a fair bit of Fire Megamies. A Light Monkey could be crazy, though. Could be pretty crazy of a pick, but let's see what's in it for the ban. I think you have to ban the Juno regardless, though. But Nobara would have been more of a must ban. Okay, these two on the bans. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Light Monkey would do too much for you right now. Juno strong? Juno's definitely pretty strong in current meta. Can you S3 on the Pater and then put it in the trap? Oh, okay, but it's still a good turn order with the Chogun. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then the Chogun with a boost. Yep. Good draft by Vinny. Did not like the 5th of Panda in this case. I think he had a very good draft until the 5th pick. Additional turn. Not well, it helps, but not really needed. That's kind of squish, my kind sir. Wait, what? Well, that's a pretty fast match right there. Vinny not wasting our time with those kills. Yeah, I think the light monkey pick was too bad over there. He needed anything else to kind of speed contest it. That's nice runes on the bike. Either really good bike or really weak light monkey. One of the two statements is very true. I'm not sure which one it is. Or maybe a bit of both. That's also definitely something that could be true. Yeah, the monkey looked more squish than it looked insane amount of damage on the bike, I would say. Maybe the monkey was a defense trap, but then he would have still... Well, it was just low on HP, I don't know. Joe Gunner ban, Pater ban. Yeah, we did have an early death break for the Assure though, but then again, still that mostly should be Sonya proof. Yeah, I was thinking either Sonya proof or like a high resistance and then still landing stuff or something. I don't know. Oh, Vinny, do we go back to the Oliver? Yep. Panda, back to the Sierra. Sierra CEO. Okeano CEO. Okeano CEO it is. Vinny answering with Josephine something, most likely. Hey gang, okay. Let's see. Well, if it goes Hey gang, Josephine is a little bit too much water, but you definitely, always when you draft Hey gang, you want to have at least something with buffs later in the match. If you don't have that, it's just kind of a wasted, like, then Hey gang only becomes good for the first turn, and that's kind of bad. Twin Age on the side of Panda. Not sure. Okay, back to the Valajul. Is a little bit worse right now because max accuracy most likely on the Hey-Gang, max accuracy on the Oliver. Back to a Chow. And an NFL, also max resistance, most likely. I kind of like a NFL in here. It's not bad at all. Josephine. Kind of 50-50 if I like it or not. Well, Josephine actually never really liked, to be honest. But that's just because he's a second piece of shite rather than anything. If you lock in a good wind unit right now, it will be banned out. It's going to be Bayek ban, Layla ban. I'm not sure if I'm liking that, but I wouldn't be surprised if those are the two bans. Or is he going to respect the Chow? No, he might respect the Chow. Yeah, Chow, Layla ban. I would say Vinny feels a little bit stronger on this draft, though. Well, at least you can give Oliver an off-key turn because you're full on will, which is good. Wait, why would you not send an Oliver off-turn key? What? Wait. That is your only moment to waste the turn of Oliver? And to make it move in front of the Sanctuary and stuff? Well, he's gonna go for a reset on the Oliver. And that's also kind of wasting his turn, I guess. But now you also wasted your Sanctuary. Or not. Or not, half the Sanctuary still there. Would you just send it straight on the Monkey? Silence is potentially thrown back, so is a little bit scary though. Could be also 100 rests. Uh-oh. Well, you do still have your skill 3 after this. Was an interesting choice, but in hindsight, might be a better choice than what I had in mind. Okay, Okeanos cannot throw shit back. Do you go AoE stunts? AoE stunts, lowering cooldown. Twin Aegis plus Valajul is really good because you have a permanent uptime of your immunity. Also good landing on those stunts. Ooh, good additional turn right there, though. That is fair damage. 3.6k, no armor break is definitely fair damage. Ooh, good procs on those both, though. I think you should wait one rotation with your skill. Yep, good choice. Can you armor break it? You're still 2 turns away from your Sanctuary, so you don't have it as of yet, unless you proc right now. Not that much damage, because it's on resistance. Yeah, you're gonna say goodbye to your Okeanos. If you had your Okeanos with 1 skill in, would have been better. Ooh, this skill 2, though, could be super high value if you land a lot right now. All or nothing, goes for it. Lands, not crazy. I'm not too sure right now. You should kind of go for the Monkey. Whoa, it was 100 rest before. It's still 100 rest right now, my mate. That is dangerous because you do have a rotational sanctuary. You only don't have skills on your Okeanos, though. Okay, skill 3 could go for kill. With a skill 1, you probably don't kill the Josephine. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Nope, not a good choice, man. Should have at least went for the kill. You should have went for the head. Yeah, I think that kind of takes it down right now where Vinny does win. Because you have too much with the shield to deal with right now. Yep, did not kill. If he killed the shield over there, he would have maybe had a chance, but Monkey's looking pretty dire, pretty grim right now. Skill 3 of the Bayek. Yep, should have went for the head. Should have went for the head. Yep, that's a GG for Vinny right there. So many misplays? Yep. Yeah, definitely. Well, I would not necessarily say super hard on misplays, but I would definitely say very questionable plays. Like, I kind of see the vision of what they did, but it was questionable. But yeah, Vinny in the end with a victory. Should have went for the hit, as one Thanos would say. Also, once again, match all the way going best of 5. So we only did 3 matches. We're already an hour and a half in. Well, this is the match that I've been waiting for. Truel, what are you cooking up these days with this meta? Truel has a lot of units as well. So I'm very curious to see what Truel will bring to the table. I still think Truel will most likely just play Okeanos style. I think that Okeanos, by far, normal elementals is the strongest out there. What would you guys say strongest normal elemental? Well, Shio is also really on par, though. Nah, probably it goes to Shio. But Okeanos is a good second, or even Layla? I'm not too sure about Layla. I kind of like Layla, but her biggest issue is Windobara. If Windobara was not on the game, I would have given more credits to Layla. Yeah, Shio is definitely best. That's actually true. Shio is definitely best. But I would argue, well, in the end, it's just Shio, Oliver, Okeanos. I would definitely say those 3 are like top 3. Who won? Internet went out. We had Vinny win in a very close match. Athna? Athna has too much issues with the Megami. Fire Megami is really fucked. She's in every SWC, though, doesn't matter the balance patch. I think currently Athna is one of the worst picks out there. Well, not necessarily one of the worst. It's still good counter into Shiho. But that's the issue. Like, you only have like X amount of fast sets of similar style. And Shiho and Athna runes are pretty much identical. And Sonya kind of on the same table as well. And Sonya, even after nerf, is still pretty solid. We got Crocodile having to face against the man, the myth, the legend, Truel himself. Both Laura players. I think Laura's still strong, but it's not that crazy. Are most Okeanos Swift? No, they're always Vio. I haven't seen a single Okeanos that's not Vio, pretty much. Do you already know who plays for Europe? No, actually, we don't. I'm not sure why it's so slow for showing it, because in the end, Man, look at this record, though. America's Cup, World Finalist, America's Cup winner, America's Cup, or Finals runner-up, America's Cup winner, World Finalist. Yo, this man a record. Plus, oh, he has them Zeratus. He probably has like an insane Zeratus right there. Yeah, Truel has some crazy runes. Animal Planet. Yeah, we're looking at Planet Earth on this one. And this is a whale over here trying to defend its territory. That kind of shit. Zeratus is so meta. Zeratus is really strong. I'm definitely curious to see how much that Zeratus would do over here. Also, Zeratul enables you a lot more to play for Vanessa. So your speed lead picks are less awkward. Most Zeratuls are speed crit rate HP or speed crit rate attack with high HP. But these guys have like super insane fast, high efficiency runes, good artifacts on them and everything. Okay, pre-band's taking a little bit of time. I'm not sure what Truel wants to pre-ban though. Crocodile could go for Gianna pre-ban, could go for Zeratul pre-ban. I think both of those are fair. Someone's not finding the unit they want to pre-ban. Okay, finally locked in. What? Okay, I've never seen that pair on speed lead bands though. That's a first for me right there. Sierra and Oliver. I do think that favors Struel because Struel has a better draft with Vanessa. Let's see what Crocodile goes for right now. Probably Shiho though. But into Shiho, I definitely see the possibility for Struel just going for Vanessa Zeratul. You have a good start. Crocodile's definitely taking his turns on the picks. Waiting all the way till the final second to lock in the most meta unit in game, Shiho. Is he gonna do it? Final second. Chandra, though. He's playing 3 metas ago. Okeanos could just simply lock in Okeanos Shiho. It's actually true. We haven't seen too much Megami today yet. Yesterday were a fair bit more Megamis. Megami in the end is pretty solid. But I'm also not the biggest Megami fan. Early Gianna, though? Okay. I'm not sure if Truel has like Pader and Zinazek and those kind of units to also counter a Gianna itself. But it's Truel, then again, he might. These players are taking a long time for the picks, man. Definitely Crocodiles is living a few metas ago. That's absolutely true. Zeratul, yep, was expecting that one. Twin Angels is not that bad in this position as well. Good old Raccoony. No speed lead on the side of Truel, but he doesn't really need them because the speed contesting side of Crocodile is not crazy dangerous. Could go for like a speed lead Sonya right now, but I don't think it would even do enough. Well, speed lead Sonya might actually be good. If you can kill the Zeratul, but I kind of doubt you can kill the Zeratul. Misty into a Zeratul, that's going to be a bad take for you. I kind of like the Anavel, though. Anavel is not that bad. Is that a Jack? Is that a Jack? I don't care how that thing is actually called. The Exorcist Association Banana Potato? Dark? No, he takes it away. For a Devaraja? No, he actually goes for the Jack. That is Jack. Jack that lost the name being Jack. That's going to be an interesting one right there, though. Because in the end, you have 2 units that deny Jack. You have the Segment denying Jack, and you have the Josephine denying Jack. What are you think are the most important stats for NFL and RTA? I would say high speed, max resistance, and then just high HP, high attack, decent accuracy. Ooh, we actually respect the Jack. Nah, man. Nah, man. Have you seen the Zeratul Raccoony combination? You're gonna die to that shit, man. I think the Zeratul Raccoony combination is gonna go hard on this one. We actually have Gianna moving second without a speed lead. Well, that's definitely Swift then, that's for sure, but interesting. Does land it over there, though. But also the Okeanos is at full A to B already as well. There's a little bit of a rune gap over here. A little bit of a rune gap. Well, let's see. What can you do? Skill 1, random stun. Okay, goes for skill 3. Random stun still, but not really the one that I was aiming for. Yeah, that's the awkward thing, man. Zeratul, permanent immunity. What you gonna do? Goes for the S3. And gets an additional turn. Maybe if you get like 6 sleeps in a row with additional turns, like in the meantime, maybe you have a chance. Nope. Nope. I would say reset on the... No reset. Not as much damage as I was expecting. But then again, Zeratul, chip healing all the time, every time. Yep, taking out the squishy. Yep. Oh, nope. Okay. He already off the field. Never mind. Go next. he off the field. He forward to be full attack bar, full healing every time. Yep. I'm not even sure if that was needed, to be honest. I think it would have killed regardless on 5 or like 3 debuffs. But yeah, you're not gonna strip the Zeratul solos, GG. Wait, did that Misty 0 crit? Wait. Crocodile, you're supposed to have crit rate on the Misty. There ain't no way you're like 70 or 80 crit rate and you crit 0 out of 3. Even if you're 15 crit rate, critting 0 out of 3 is difficult. Unless I saw that wrong, but I think that Misty like legit 0 credit on 3 hits. I guess it's going to be pretty tank then, but the 0 additional turns don't care. You're looking at TOA by a single unit. Yeah, that's it's a full tanky Misty. I'm not a big fan. GG procs, kind of. But then again, draft on the side of the Zeratul, I mean True Will, is a lot stronger. Still 2.6Ks with no crits. That's actually not that bad, I would say. But then again, it's Zeratul. Zeratul gives immunity. Zeratul kills your shit. I'm definitely not sure if a Jack would ever be more dangerous than a Zeratul. Not a Zeratul in the hands of True Will. That thing is way too dangerous. You can proc all you want, man. It doesn't matter. If True Will goes through, which I totally do expect, next match of Vinny against True Will is going to be an interesting one. Chandra, not looking at that much damage, getting a few stuns in, but does it really matter? Surely pre-ban Zeratul next match. Yeah, actually, Sierra pre-ban against True Will. He has plenty of stuff to play with, man. I would definitely be pre-banning a Gianna or a Zeratul. Especially if Zeratul takes that many additional turns. Especially if it takes that many additional turns. But also lands every continuous damage. That's just straight up so much damage as well. I must say, I feel like his Okeanos is doing kind of mediocre damage. I expected more additional damage artifacts from Okeanos. It might be on some minus elemental stats, but I feel like his Okeanos should be more damage. Does Light Huarang count as Zeratul? It might actually. It kind of might. Yeah, I think Light Huarang is low-key the only good unit from the whole collab. But it's only good if you actually have really good runes, really good artifacts. Otherwise, it's not that great. Okay, Zeratul pre-ban. Are we going to see it? Thought they were saying that bot accounts weren't allowed in SWC anymore. The opposite, yeah. Exactly what Dragon is saying is true. Don't you think Lightball's good? Lightball might be decent, but it's just the speed lead is decent. The rest is kind of like, eh. Definitely taking time on pre-bans to find the most common unit. Josephine pre-ban for True Will is kind of understandable. Yeah, I was thinking, what can True Will ban? But I think True Will has all of the units, so anything that he would ban, it's also a potential pick from himself. It's just something he doesn't like to play against. Shio for the first pick. Probably then Oliver goes to the side of Crocodile. This time around, he doesn't have to work with an awkward Chandra. Didn't ban Zeratul. That's true. I could see True Will, whatever Crocodile drafts right now, going to like Vanessa plus Zeratul later on. Ooh, okay, that's why we don't pre-ban a Zeratul. Okay. I understand. I would rather see Okeanos Oliver on the sides. Joe Gunn, fair as well. Zeratul steal, yes sir. But then again, that's not a True Will Zeratul. A True Will Zeratul would like freaking 2-tap you and proc every time. Let's see. Do we find another speed lead? Do we go back to the Chandra? No, actually, finesse on the side of Crocodile is good right now. Megami. I like the Megami. If Megami is willed, I like Megami. Not a big fan of this position of NFL, though. Because the NFL is good into... Well, it's good into the Shio, but that's about it, actually. From this draft. Dark Menki. Decent pick. I'm still not too sure about the Dark Monkey picks. I've seen it a lot in the China region. Or not the China region, Asia, other region. It looked okay-ish in most, but it did not really look like crazy good. It could be pretty solid, though. And a Shizuka. Shizuka definitely making a comeback as well. Especially with a lot of those Shihos on them fields. Final pick. What are we looking at? Well, you do have double speed lead. Enemy only has one speed lead. You could go Sonya, ban off Oliver. Back to a Layla. Is that a Layla ban on Joe Gunn then? Could see a world where you go for that. It also highly depends if the NFL is faster than the Zeratul. If the NFL is faster than the Zeratul and the Sierra, whatever this Shio doesn't matter as much. The only issue could be that Oliver and Dark Monkey also take a turn in front. Megami is gone. Jogun is gone. Okay. Yeah, that's actually... yeah, that's actually pretty good, because now the Oliver and the Monkey also have a setup. Oliver Monkey has a setup regardless of which one it goes for. But I could still see Zeratul do a lot of work. You probably have to start denying the Zeratul. But you cannot deny everything. And then the Layla can go off. I would say the Crocodile is a bit more of a solid draft over here. But then again, rune quality on the side of Truel is always dangerous. Because for Zeratul, no stun though. Would you go for a Sierra hit right now? And think that your Oliver can S3, S2? Okay. Reset that though. Ooh, that's a good proc. That's a really good proc. Without that proc, I don't think you would have had... No, you would have not had enough attack bar to do that if you did not proc right there. And then the Layla would have had skills off. So that was actually only a good play because of the Olive proc. Without that, it would have been very tricky. Yeah, now it suddenly looks like an insane good match for True Will. Oliver proc definitely did help you out a bit. Because the Zeratul was the lowest unit in A to B, therefore Oliver only stole the lowest unit in A to B. He would have never had enough A to B to actually move in front of the Layla. But to be honest, I kind of feel like every match I see with Dark Monkey kind of goes like that. Another unit just performs way good, and therefore or like the Monkey just procs out or something like that. Shio missed stun. Shio missing stun. I don't think it mattered as much because I don't think Shizuka is... Well, Shizuka could have landed the stun. That is true. That is true. That's actually a fair point. But I do think most Laylas are 100 res and Shizukas are not 100 accuracy. So there's still good odds of missing that. But you are right. True. If the Monkey landed the stun, Shizuka could have provided the stun on the second target that was stripped. Crocodile, you can leave the match. You're definitely not going to be winning this one anymore. Dark Monkey secretly gives 25% extra fire chances, hit and passive. I'd be drafting that thing every goddamn day if that's the case. Uh-oh, uh-oh, sleep train, sleep train, sleep train. No sleep train. Hoping for NFL procs? Yeah, you need a lot of those. Dark Monkey over Okeanos? I think I still like Okeanos more. But then again, if your enemy steals Okeanos, you going for Dark Monkey is really good. If you already have Okeanos, you lock in the Dark Monkey if it fits is also really good. Because then you have a double Okeanos kind of style. Which does mean that if they ban one, you still have the other one, which is insane. Plus the combination of them both, if they just go off, they go hard off. So, I definitely do still like it. Yeah, Monkey has an insane high win rate. It's absolutely crazy, but I still haven't really seen the value where I'm like, yo, that makes sense. But apparently he's doing good. Thing is, Monkey's a lot easier to build with high speed to make him in tune, so he doesn't need the craziest of set in just speed. He counters Josie and Juno and Sinzek. That is true. That part is definitely true. Yeah, he does counter what is supposed to counter him. That is actually a very true statement. But he provides so little damage, though. That's my only issue with the Dark Monkey. Okeanos provides a fair bit of damage with additional damage artifacts. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying it's a bad unit, but I don't see the 53 win rate value. Like, if Monkey would be on, like, 51-ish win rate, I would have said, like, I understand it. 53 is kind of on the point still for me that I'm like, it's good, but is it, like, 53 good? Because 53 is arguably, like, highest win rate for 10% pick rate in the game. Zaratu with the steal. Oh, okay, Julian. Do we lock in Julian first pick? Okay. He's super consistent. True. 2-turn stun is higher chance. Or like, yeah, 2-hit stun, 100% activation is better than the Okeanos activation. That's very true. Okay, Julian. Do we see a counter of a... what's it called? Zenitsu? Win Zenitsu? Fire Twin Angels? Is S3 does some good damage with max HP scaling? No, that's the issue. Dark Monkey S1 is full attack scaling. Dark Monkey S2 is full attack scaling. Dark Monkey S3 is half attack scaling, half HP scaling. He has like 650 attack. That thing does no damage. Like, legit, the only damage that the Dark Monkey does is additional damage artifacts. It's really bad for the damage multipliers. So it's just purely a setup unit. He's a stun unit and a setup unit. By itself, he does absolutely no damage. Also, putting crit rate on him is completely useless. It just adds so little damage. But it's best built with an accuracy slot 6, so therefore you can just go additional damage on the artifacts. He does have multi-hits on the S3. S1 and S2 are also kind of in with additional damage artifacts, but there you gotta go something. Interesting draft if you lock in. A lot of people like to go for Laylas. I've seen a lot of weird Layla picks. To be honest, if Trua goes Nobara, there's still the Shield of the Josephine, but I would say that the Nobara does a lot of work on this draft. 692 attack? Yeah, that's crazy low. Dark Demon. Okay. Okay. Interesting. You don't like Layla? I kind of like Layla, but I don't like it spammed into shit where it's not that crazy. Well, then again, Layla with the Zeratul always is kind of solid. That's actually a fair statement. Dark Demon is a decent unit, but I don't know. Don't know about the value on it right here. Also, the banning became very weird. Vanessa on the ban, she on the ban. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if this Kovaci still takes turn 1. Let's say, let's flip that the other way around. I would be surprised if the Kovaci does not take turn 1. Gianna takes turn 1. Never mind, I said nothing. Also, Kovaci not on will. That's kind of awkward. Also, Demon on the will. Probably a Vayu Nem. Still decently fast on that Demon, though. Okay, missed on 2, and those are 2 or missed on 1, and that's a crucial one. The other one just procs out as always. Not rest neither. Ooh, okay. Are you gonna stun the Demon? Have to stun the Demon right now. The stun Demon. No hit on that. Do you go for an S2 stun right now? Josephine stunner? I think you kind of have to go for it. Wait, why would you? What? Huh? That thing was already stunned. Stun something else. Sure, you want to take it down, but I think you're gonna have a bad matchup right now. Well, we're gonna see the value of the demon, though. That's true. I think he should have been starting to stun the demon. Okay, never mind. That's how you stun the demon. Bielsa carry? Bielsa might actually have to carry this, yeah. But then again, this Layla's kind of carry. A Layla Zeratul in the end is pretty darn powerful. Well, actually, Demon plus Julian is an interesting combination because you kind of want, in this draft, I would like to kill the Demon last. But you cannot kill the Demon last because you have to kill Julian first. Well, you can still kind of do with it, though. But therefore, you make the Demon very low HP, which makes it dangerous, too. Ooh, that damage, though. That damage, though. That's a lot of damage. And we missed it this time around. Maybe it is 100 res. No activation. Skill 3, GG's. Gianna skill 1 felt wilds. No, it's actually kind of fine. Okay. Ooh, I expected Julian to cut in, though. Did not happen. Yep, but now Demon attack buff. Skill 1 definitely kills. Okay, skill 2 also definitely kills. Well, that's the thing. You can send your skill 2 a lot more randomly right now. Also, by the way, look at the shinies on the side of True Will. The only non-LD got banned off. Dangerous. Hard to play like that. $30k damage. Yeah, skill 1 is not that much damage unless you have an armor break. Well, that was a 3-0 victory right there. That was a 3-0 victory right there. Next match against Vinny is going to be more interesting, I would say. I was the rush, got legends, but it was a close one though. So yeah, we're probably going into a 10-minute break after getting coupon. Still can't decide between Light Beetle and Maya Blessing. It's driving you nuts. Yeah, neither of them are that crazy, no. Why is SWGT one-offing your speed tuning? Because there is some weird rounding going on in the game, and we actually don't know what it is. Because we have been getting inconsistent results on SWGT for some speed. Very specific niche scenarios. It's just a Zeratul montage. What the hell is even this? Every highlight is just Zeratul going ham. What matches after this? It's the match of Stay Hive and Ladrillo. Ooh, we're gonna have some 2 good matches after this. Ladrillo Stay Hive should be a good one, and then Vinny True Will. Never stop glazing Zeratul. Yes, sir. I got one sitting over the back, in the back over here. But yeah, that's I'd rather have it in game than in a statue form. Not gonna lie. Yeah, my virus actually won the one with the raffle. That's true. Yeah, Stay Up, Ladrillo, Vinny True. Those are gonna be some good matches. Wait, are these guys actually allowed to draft the new collab units? I think they are, right? Well, not that they should, because they're all bad. They're not allowed? Okay. Not until EU? Europe is the first? Okay. Well, then again, people shouldn't. Yay, coupon codes. We might see some Fire Djinn attempts in Europe. To be honest, Fire Djinn kind of feels like a bad more. Like, it's kind of there, but also totally not really. Get your hands on those coupon Gucci's. They look amazing though. But still, to be honest, they heavily missed out on going for Yoshimitsu in the game, right? Like Loki, remove Nina or remove Paul, give me Yoshimitsu. I would be a hella more summoning for Yoshimitsu than a Nina or a Paul. I like Hwoarang though. I like Jin. I like Heihachi. But give me Yoshimitsu. Or adding King. By all means, add fucking Kuma to the game. I don't care. But also, definitely, people were asking that before. We're getting a lot of humanoid characters and not that many, like, monster characters kind of thing. What is the Jaguar? Jaguar is called King. But, yeah, the thing is, most of the new characters we get nowadays are always collab units. And 9 out of 10 collab things are either an anime or a game. And most games are humanoid characters. So therefore, Yoshimitsu does kind of, it's not that humanoid. Would have been cool. Monster Hunter collab, that would be dope though. That would be pretty dope. But yeah, I'm gonna take a bit of a break as well. Be right back, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes-ish. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and see y'all later for the last 2 matches. I think they're gonna be hella good. Pokemon collab. Well, for me, it's still humanoid. But Dragon Ball Z or Devil May Cry. It's crazy how Brawl tried to punch Lore in the face in the teaser. Good stuff, right? Well, all we see over here is Zeratul just smacking everything. Freaking Zeratul. JoJo collab or riots? Well, next collab probably will happen in early next year again. I do think they will have like a pattern of like 2 collabs per year. Chainsaw Man collab. I actually only watched one episode of Chainsaw Man. Was not really my thing. But yeah, I think Dragon Ball collab would definitely be the highest spending collab throughout like the general player base. I would be surprised if it's anything else. JoJo would fit nice in the game. I would say so. RuneScape collab. I don't think so. Bleach collab would make sense as well, yeah. 2 per year is quick way to run out of meaningful collabs. There's so many things. Also, every year there's like new animes and that kind of stuff. So I think you can easily do 2 per year for another 10 years and still have like decent collabs out there. Collab with Ethereum Restart. I want a proper dark demon in the game. It's called Hoyan. Yeah, I think a lot of people that normally don't would whale on Dragon Ball Z collab. They would go Daima. Yeah, no, fuck up with Daima. Keep Daima hidden. Don't do that shit. If they do, Daima, I fucking unsubscribe from their channel. It's not helping anything, but I would do it. Hell no. Don't keep Daima shit hidden. Don't do that shit, man. Sesame Street collab. Put Elmo in. Okay, that hella gangster. But probably I would be the only one hyped for that shit. Imagine Light Goku with passive Ultra Instinct. It's fucking dodging everything. Yo, hey, 2OP. We have, what's it called? Like Alter Ego or, no, Ultra Ego for Vegeta on Dark. Yo, that's insane. One Punch Man collab would be insane. One Punch Man collab, I can 99% guarantee you that One Punch Man collab would never happen. And the reason for that is that One Punch Man had a collab with Chronicles, and they had so many issues with the IP that they were like, fuck it, no, we're not gonna do that shit. Or, well, they did it, but they just had so much issues that they will definitely be like, fuck it, no, we're not gonna do that shit anymore. Because the One Punch Man IP actually made it that you couldn't get scrolls for One Punch Man free to play. The only One Punch Man scrolls you had were pay to win. There was no free to play way to get One Punch Man units, except for like one. And people were definitely not that happy about that, which makes a lot of sense. But that is something that Why Would Count was agreed to that. Money. I guess. But yeah, at some point they gave us compensation like 200 free mystical scrolls. Because, yeah, in the end they couldn't give like free One Punch Man scrolls. But they just gave straight up 200 free mystical scrolls to everyone as compensation. Because they also felt like, this was a bad deal. So yeah, because of that history, they would never go for One Punch Man. But I did hear that the Japanese anime collabs are more difficult to work with than the European collabs that they have been doing. Like, from what I've heard, like, Witcher collab was really chill from their side. Also, what was the other one? Assassin's Creed was pretty chill to work with, from what I've heard. But the anime collabs were definitely more difficult. They had, like, stricter rules and stricter this and stricter that. What it's exactly all about, I don't know. But they definitely had more issues with that. Yay, it is the week resets. Wait, if it is week resets, can actually go for a little bit of getting some scrolls. I would actually have to restart the game to get my scrolls. Where are my scrolls at? Okay, let me quickly restart game. Chronicle player base kind of low. It is. The game already kind of did. The game already kind of did. Well, let's see if we can pull my light Huarang on this. Channel the inner Shambi. Well, the last 130 LDs I did not channel the inner Shambi neither. Wait, how much are we at for the LD count? Oh, wait, that's the countdown. Where the LD count at? LD counts. I still have to up that number. Wait, let me check. I have to up the number by another 14. And I got one lightning on those. Let's first do that. Yay, legend. 14 would mean a... This one is over there. 14 is a 9. And then a 1. And then a... Wait, how much was it? I'm being potato right now. 11, yeah. Ah, that's an interesting number right there. Well, we're gonna up that number anyways. Let's just get in all of these things real quick. Yep, already claimed it from there. Yeah, give me the Devil Monitor. Give me all the good stuff. This one, nothing to claim. This one, not enough Gale points. Struggle, sucks to be me. This one, craft me some stuff. Oh, I actually did get a new re-up target on the wheel for Ancient. To be honest, the issue is it's always slot 1. That's my re-up target. Which is not really the most chill thing out there. We just give a bit of everything out there. Not you. I said not you. Okay, give me all of those. And then quickly give me all of these. And now we're gonna get a little bit of the other stuff. Bit of these. And now we, well, apparently keep all of that. And then we're gonna go for, ooh, we got 5 in the end. And nothing. Give me mine at 5. Nothing. And then we have another 5 over here. Oh, oh. Could be something. Light Paul. Light, please light, don't be dark. Fuck, I already have dark. It's the only one I already have. The only one I already have. I did not even ask for an LD5, but I still get a dupe. I still get a dupe. It's legit the only 4-star that I have of the freaking whole collab. I get the second one. Same one. God damn it. Well, that does mean for the LD count, we are looking at 60. So yeah, we should have been having more LDs by this point, but we don't. Okay, let's quickly do the re-up. I have faith in this re-up. Faith in the re-up. Let's go. Re-up is going to be insane. Which one was it? Wait, which one was the new one? Well, I could do one in each, they're kind of bad. Well, this one is semi-usable-ish. This one is not. Let's just do it in this one. Insane re-up. Absolutely insane re-up. Insane re-up. Yeah. Yeah. I would go for an X6 innate. It's better. Okay, quickly do 3 more. Just for the sake of it. Trash. Trash. And trash. Okay, never mind. Close game. Let's check out these matches. Stay Hive against Ladrillo. Was not that confident in the drafts of Ladrillo earlier on. But I definitely do think Ladrillo has the upper hand in this still. Taking your time for the pre-bans. Don't be pre-banning that Veronica. I don't think it's even ruined. Really taking time for pre-bans. There you have it. Ella and Athena. Okay. Stay Hive picking first on that Shiho, that's for sure. Wouldn't have to doubt the Shiho pick if an Athena has never been able to be picked. And there you have it. Into the Oliver. Ooh, actually Sierra and the Oliver taking away both prominent speed leads. No, taking away. Do we go one of the two with an Okeanos? Do we go Sierra plus a Jogun? Oliver, okay. And the Okeanos, makes sense. Stay Hive could go for the side of a Sierra plus a Jogun right now, if he so pleases. If that is his playstyle, though. Is that going to be the way to play? That's the big question. No, we're going to go for Gojos. Could still see... Nah, Gojo plus Jogun is not that great. Does still go for it, though. Only thing is your attack buff is not really utilized by any of the two units on the field as much. Ragdoll, though. Ooh, I kind of like that Ragdoll in this position. Plus a Nezuko. Pretty solid draft, actually. And a pretty solid draft. What do we have as answer against that? You could definitely go for an Irene. I haven't seen all too many Irenes in this region, actually. Both today and yesterday were not that many Irenes. But I could definitely see Irene being good in here. But do we want to lock that in? Or do we want actually a Sierra? We go Minato. That's a weird looking Chow. Chow would have been... would Chow have been better? I'm not sure about this Minato, though. I am not too sure about that. Shizuka is actually in a pretty decent spot. Damage on the side of Ladrillo is a little bit low, though. Like, getting rid of this Misty might be difficult. So I would say Misty ban on the left. Otherwise, Misty might face roll your whole team. On the side, you have to ban that Shizuka. And that's what they do, gentlemen. That's what they do. Big question right now is the Minato going to be too annoying to deal with or not? The Shio plus a Jogun combination is actually pretty solid as well, because you can stun something and then also put it in the trap. So you don't have to deal with it with a long time, but if it comes out, it's still stunned. And I don't think that a Ragdoll would boost enough to make anything cut. We'll be very surprised if it does. Going for the Okeanos. Does land on the Okeanos. No, the cut is there. The cut is there. Ragdoll is still too good. Or the Jogun is too slow. But where do you want to place this, though? You go for the S3. Ooh, missed the strip. Wait, that's the stripping part of the Nezuko, right? The S3. Well, wanted to reset it anyways. Ragdoll, still doing Ragdoll value things. Do we go S1? Do we go S3? We go the S3. Oh, no, wait, we actually go S2. Additional turn, kind of a useless one. Skill 2. Actually, Minato has to do a lot of work. Despair. Oh, yeah, that was true. We've seen that before. Not that much damage. Was expecting it to kill, actually. But now we have to start hitting the Minato because of the threat states. Damage on the... okay-ish damage. You cannot go for stuns right now. Just skill 1. Ooh, you can go for stuns on it right now, though. Stun something else. Kill something else. All or nothing. Well, they did get the one that was supposed to stun you. Ooh, those Despairs, though. But then again... Purify. Does also get rid of the immunity. That's very strong right there, though. Oliver, can you get over this match? Yeah, Minato. I'm not a big Minato fan. I am not a big Minato fan. Is it a thing to reroom between rounds in SWC? Yeah, I would say so. I think mainly the European players were doing that. I think the European players were doing that a lot, and I do know Lest did it a lot as well. In the other regions, I haven't noticed as much of it. Because in the end, you go in with something that's not fully tested, might be slightly off-key with your turn order and that kind of stuff, so it is a dangerous thing to do. And we actually have seen it in the past where you didn't get a notification if something was unruined or not. Or people went in with units that were just simply not ruined. Or half ruined. Actually, more than one occasion. It happened a fair bit. No stuns this time around. Torrent will do more damage because of low HP. So not ignore defense just yet, but there is a slight damage increase for doing Torrent at lower HP. Yep, Minato, not him. Was still relatively close-ish though, but I did not expect the Minato to be able to take that many units down though. The Misty would have definitely been able to do a fair bit more, but that was banned. Yeah, Minato, I'm never a big fan of Minato. It's really rarely actually really good. You could save some presets, you test it, keep him off bans. That is an option, that is an option. But then you definitely still have to do the management in runes pretty right, because it's not that easy to keep track of everything. Plus, what if you would use one set from one thing, but not like a set that you would like to see on the other side? Round 2. For the pre-bans, what do we have? Ala is available. Ethna is available. Do we go some bans on speed leads? Because I think both of them, but you could go Ragdoll ban. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. Gianna ban, Gojo ban makes more sense. How much do you think they spend on the game? I have absolutely no clue. But Gojo ban and Gianna ban definitely make a lot of sense. First pick for the Ladrillo. Shiho pick. Yes, sir. There we go, Shiho. It's interesting to see that Shiho is probably the only unit that outshines speed leads for the first pick. It's so funny that Shiho actually used to be one of the worst, if not the worst unit in game. 16 buffs later, one of best units in game. Okeanos and Stay Hive for, or well, Okeanos and Oliver for Stay Hive, Sierra and Jogun on the side of Ladrillo. Do we go for Megami? Megami is a little bit awkward into Shiho. Why did Chandra Village's Cigar become irrelevant? Was it the nerf of Cigar? Yeah, it was Cigar mainly being nerfed. And also the meta slightly shifted. Okay, Ella, Irene. Not sure about an Irene on this one. I would have rather seen Irene in the previous one. Because now you're not really outspeeding things. Ooh, I'm liking that draft. Good old Chungpong. Chungpong is still really strong. Well, Layla, I think I kind of like it more with the Wounsa. Actually taking out both, okay. Well, the potential of a light hacker with Layla is really strong, though. Potential definitely there. Yeah, I think Shiho used to hit 4 times. Also, the S2 had lower activation rate on the stun. Shiho didn't get invisibility, or it was like 1 turn invisibility or no immunity. Like, there's been so many buffs to this thing. I'm liking the draft on the side of Ladrillo, but the big issue is who's going to be faster from like the CC kind of units? Because Irene is going to be faster than, well, pretty much everything except the Shiho. But therefore, do you go Shiho stun on the Irene, which is a little bit awkward? By the looks of it, you have to, yeah. Ooh, a lot of resistance, but did get a stun all the way in the end. S2, do you connect? Eee, what the frick is even that? What the frick is even that? Well, that was some int thing over there. Okay. Yeah, this was definitely a matchup for the draft, which was favorable for either who was outspeeding the other. Sierra with the bomb still, though. That will take it out, but I don't think you really need that unit. The Irene was not that important in this case. I think Okeanos is a lot more value. Because Okeanos' Rain of Suns, that's where the real damage comes from. Well, Irene with the back would have done a fair bit of damage, but... Well, it would have been good damage on the Shiho, though. You have to try to get the Shio to the off turn where you can actually start hitting him. At that point, Oliver can do a lot of work. The wrong element stunner. Damn, wrong element stunners. Additional turn. Good bit of damage. Okeanos, can you return the favor on the stuns? Missing one of them, taking the additional turn though, but not really having any value on that just yet. Wait, if you add 3 right now, no, it actually does have fair value. If you add 3 right now, you do cut the turn. Wait, he went for S4, right? Yeah, he went S4. Okay. Okay, no hit on that. Okeanos 1 turn away from your skills though. You have to reset the hacker right now because it does have skills. He knows, that's good. And then Oliver now can go ham. Oliver does have glancing though, which is a little bit awkward. You have to land the S2. He landed pushback, but not the freaking reset. Oliver, stop inting. Oliver, stop inting. Also, did you guys see the stack of the monkey? I saw 3 activation rates of the stun and 2 resistance. That means from a 25% chance to land, he landed 5. All useless if it's already stunned. But damn, Oliver didn't go through the glancing to actually miss the skill itself. Oh, glancing though. The glancing though. Okay, cooldowns are inserted again, but the big issue is you cannot control the monkey right now, which was the most important to control. Uh-oh, the irresistible. Glancing still works. Rain of Stones. Good bit of damage. Really good damage, 2.4s. You do have an off turn again on the monkey after this. So you have to go S2. Oh, wait, why would you do that? Why would you not S2? Why would you not S2, my man? Why would you not S2? You had to S2. Well, either with the proc, him getting immunity would have been kind of bad for you. But especially against the monkey S2, you had to immunity. That slight bit of healing definitely did not help you right there. But that's a GG, and that is a 2-0 to the Ladrillo. But yeah, Silver plus Layla, that's an interesting one. That's a lot of debuffs to work with for the Layla. Layla in the last pick is so freaking strong in the meta. You cannot pick it any earlier than last, in my opinion. Otherwise, you get Window Barret, or unless you're just planning to ban out the Window Barret, that's fine as well. But yeah, good victory right there. 3 match points. We have seen reverse sweeps before, though. But we are looking at 3 match points on the side of Ladrillo. Gianna and the Gojo both available on the field. Pre-bans, what do we go for? It's kind of hard to predict pre-bans because sure, there's some signature LDs, but are they really taking the overhand versus the meta units? I think that this is one of the metas where the pre-bans are one of the hardest, because you kind of want to pre-ban like an Oliver and Sierra, but then again, you also want to pick an Oliver and Sierra. Same for like Shiho, same for like Okeanos. And sure, there's a fair bit of LDs that you might not have that the enemy has. But then again, is that the right play? Ooh, early on the Athena though. Good pick on the... I actually like the combination. The combination of the Megami plus the Athena makes it really strong, because otherwise you would have gotten Megamite against you. So Jalen, doing good. How about you? Gojo against it. Into the Bayek. Into a Gianna. Okay. Are you going to go for a Hey Gang to pair it with it? No, actually goes for the double speed lead in the form of a silver. Then you're definitely going to get Hey Gang. Didn't Stay Hive also have a Pater? If he goes Pater Hey Gang right now, I'm not sure if he had a Pater. We've seen a fair bit of Paters today. I'm not sure if that was on the side of Stay Hive. Because I would say Pater Hey Gang would be really strong. Definitely go Hey Gang, but also go with another buff unit. Well, issue is that one of 2 might be getting banned. Hey Gang, there you have it. With an Okeanos. I'll take that. I'll take that. Well, the only issue is that Hagang is only good for the first turn. Ooh, there was a Woundsa on the Ladrillo side. Yep, that always an issue. Also, there's only one speed lead on the side of Stay Hive. But also, you kind of have to ban off that Hagang. I think it's going to be Hagang ban, Woundsa ban. But then the Athna will take a strong first turn. Also, Stay Hive Gojo is Despair, which is not really recommended. Well, let's see. Give me the Hagang and Woundsa ban. Hagang and Gianna ban. Okay. That makes Athna... you're still not gonna Athna S2, though. So it's actually... No, Gianna ban might actually be better than Woundsa ban. That's actually kind of true. Did Sierra ever fall off? Sierra at some point was played quite a bit less when all of the oracles were nerfed, but it took people a little bit of time to figure out that she was still playable. Actually, the Athna moved all the way first, went for the S2. Ooh, who do you send this on right now? Because Gojo will still cleanse, but Ladrillo should be able to take out either... Ooh, that would have been like 23k and nearly killed something. Oh, that would have been able to kill that Okeanos for sure. That's real bad. That's real bad. Freaking inting Sierra, not even a freaking... Yeah, true. Sierra actually needed a buff on the S3 Absorb to be playable again. That's actually true. That buff came later on. Yikes. Inting Sierra. Good old inting Sierra. You don't like to see it. Yeah, if the bomb landed, I'm pretty sure that bomb would have killed. And now this match is kind of over. Just that one bomb miss. Well, then again, he was sitting on 3 match points, so it can happen. It can happen. It still sucks, though. But it can happen. But it sucks. I played Summoners War in about a week. Just got back to it today. You were almost gone. You almost left the game. You almost got out. But then you went back. Okay, do we go back to a Gianna style ban? Gojo style ban? Do you think Shio gets nerfed next patch? He might be, but I think if you should nerf Shiho, you should take him to 5 hits on the S3. I still think he will be playable, but he will definitely lose a fair bit of value. Because the odds of them then missing the stun becomes a lot higher. But if they should do it, I don't know. Shio was so bad for such a long time that I don't mind him being good for a bit. He's been good for like 2 patches right now, or 3. 5 hits, same damage? Yeah, so lower stun chance, lower additional damage. If you make him 1 turn invis or like 1 turn immunity, he will be straight up bad. I would say 5 hits, same damage, yeah. How'd you get so great at RTA? Playing a lot, which I recently haven't been doing. That's the main thing. Okay, Shio for the first pick, once again. Oliver, Do we go Oliver plus fast unit? Oliver Jogun, semi-fast unit. We haven't seen a single Veronica from the side of Ladrillo, so definitely was not pulled. Which also means that the previous opponent of Ladrillo Hella entered on the pre-bans, because he was pre-banning Wajet and pre-banning Veronica. Neither of them was actually doing good. I'm shocked I don't see more Dianas into Shio. Big issue with Diana is that there's a lot of good counters to Diana as well. So you cannot log it in too early. And mostly in the 5, she doesn't really fit. But personally, I do like myself Diana as well. Volantis. Good counter into Jogun. Could be risky into in the NFL with the cleanses. I kind of like Volantis, but I also kind of don't like Volantis. Ooh, Hey Gang. I'm not a big Hey Gang fan. Well, you haven't seen the 5th yet, but I'm not a big Hey Gang fan over here. Not at all. Because Heigang is only good for turn 1. But what is the turn 1? Jogun, which kind of counters Heigang. Yeah, I'm liking the draft of Stay Hive a bit more. If you remove the Sierra right now, I think that Stay Hive will out-sustain him. Probably Sierra ban and either Ella or NFL ban to remove sustain. And Jogun is gonna be awkward as fuck. Or the Heigang is gonna be awkward as fuck. Sierra ban, Ella ban, makes sense. I see an upper hand in this draft on the side of Stay Hive. Sure, well, Okeanos slightly has a bit of an issue of landing on NFL. Shio has definitely an issue of landing on NFL because of the 100 res. You can land Despair Stuns on it, but if those Despair Stuns don't happen, NFL is definitely going to be taking over this match. 100%. The Volantis Heigang in the 4-5 was pretty bad. Ooh, also outspeeding while it's 33 lead against 0 lead, so it does make sense. Do you still want to send it though? Does actually send it? Does get cut. Does actually land on a... Okay, that's a difficult land right there. Ooh, but we actually do have a fair cut. You can go for the Okeanos as 3 right now. Silence on the Okeanos. Somewhat understandable, but I would have rather seen Okeanos being reset because Okeanos is going to throw it back additional turn and an AoE stun if it goes wrong. I've seen too much of this game. I'm gonna let myself out. See you guys. It was fun today. Bye-bye. I've played too much of this bullshit, man. Holy fuck. Holy fuck on that Okeanos. Yep, and then reset GG, Ladrillo wins. I've seen too much bullshit in this game, man. Don't do me like that. Okay, 6 procs on this Anivil. Go. Go, we're counting. 6. Okay, that sucks. Yeah, that's kind of GG right there. That is absolutely GG right there. You're not going to come back from that. It ain't gonna happen. I think that in the end, Stay Hive had a better draft. It was just the risk play on not fully controlling Okeanos. Looks like your enemy 100% of the time. Yup. Well, that does mean that Ladrillo makes it into the cup, which also, once again, confirms one of my predictions. The only prediction I had wrong so far was Zizong. Zizong from the Korea servers, the only prediction I had wrong thus far. And then for the final match of today already. He walks the Okeanos Vile proc. Volantis mostly Despair, or pretty much always Despair. I don't like Vile Volantis. Highlights of the whole freaking match, A to Z. Also, that Layla landed absolutely nothing right there. But then again, Ladrillo would have had a few better matches with decent RNG in the first place. Seen some swift traps too on Volantis. That's kind of awkward. You kind of want to cut the turn after you're being hit, get attack bar boost, Despair, and then you're good to go. It's most of the time what you want to go for. $100 rest, Volantis? Nah. Just go max accuracy and high speed. The high speed is already difficult enough to get. Because you want to be outspeeding your whole team on a Despair set. At least they upped the base speed. It used to be like 99 or 98. Now it's like 101, I think. Ladrillo is confirmed. I'm also very curious to see the matchup for the next week. Like, to be honest, the day 3 on Europe prelims and America prelims are more interesting than day 1 and day 2. Because day 1, day 2, you have like 4 people qualifying, like 1 or 2 in each day. But in the day 3, you have 4 people qualifying, and you're immediately out the moment you lose on the day 3. So then it's also the big question for the day 3, who has like good matchups, who has bad matchups. And the collab of all of the units that are kind of ass, which kind of sucks, because they could have been so cool. But they're not. Ribs. Well, I do have good hopes for them at the balance patch, but then again, it's kind of Russian roulette, who gets good, who gets not good. Next balance patch is during the collab. It's near the end of the collab, actually. Because I think end of September should have the balance patch. Wait, how does that come with the cups, though? But then again, yeah, it does actually come before of the cups. Which cup is when? I actually don't remember. Let's see. Oh, they have a 5-minute break anyways. Summoners War Esports. Which cup is when? Schedule. Regional Cups. September. So I would say that the balance, the balance patch is probably after this. So Europe is playing on the same balance as it is right now. America's Cup and Asia Pacific are going to play on a different balance patch. Fairly certain about that. Also interesting to see that there's 2 weeks between this. When is the China qualifier? Oh, China qualifier is... Oh, wait, they're doing a multi-day event right now as well. 5th of September. Okay. Yeah, normally China had just like one thing for like 1-day matches, and then it was done already for China, but now they have like a 3-day thing. So they have like losers bracket and then like an actual cup. So Tesla, doing good over here. How about you? For Arena, does Rika belong on this pair of Vio? Both are fine, to be honest. For Arena offense. Somehow only during balance patch they figure out HP type, shoot HP scale. Yeah, man, these balls are so freaking screwed, man. It's stupid. It's hella stupid. Finished work right now. So much better. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, we're looking at the final match of today, but that should be a banger. That's a Vinny against Churwell. So it might be a very quick one in the favor of Truel, but I think Vinny can actually pack a punch. Best of 5. Yes, correct. So far from today, we have Lodri in. Maybe they push back the balance patch a week, since we got it early. Yeah, I'm 100% sure that the balance patch... I wouldn't be surprised if like Europe Cup is on like 20th of September, that they do the balance patch on like the Monday right after or so. So then we will be looking at what, like 22nd of September for balance patch. So then people still have like 2 weeks to play with it, in case that there are big changes. But that's going to be the most lackluster balance patch for RTA, like 100%. Like, they might change a few units on the collab, but I actually kind of doubt that already. I think they're just gonna change like a few PvE things, maybe a siege thing here or two, and that's all. I don't expect them to do any RTA changes in the next balance patch. The next balance patch that will be RTA changes is going to be like after World Finals. So then we're talking like the end of November balance patch. And a random LD5 buff. Yeah, that's always very important. Where's the European tournament going to be? European Cup itself will be in Paris, but it will be an offline event. So players will be there, casters will be there, and no viewers. But the World Finals is also in Paris, which is with viewers. Opinion on Warang? Not that great. Are these for Okeanos? Full additionals by speed, HP, and attack. Preferably combination lines. Yeah, it happened twice so far that the European or the finals was in Europe. And then they decided to do the cup itself offline. They had the same thing in 2019. The European Cup was offline in a studio. You live near Paris? No, I'm like 600, 700 kilometers away from Paris. I'm in the Netherlands. I'm not from France. I don't have a French accent. What the hell? My thoughts on Water Nina? Arguably one of the better ones, but that doesn't mean she's good. Yeah, for some reason the thingies don't really work, like the exclamation mark stuff. How to build Shio? I would say speed, crit rate, attack on a... Or speed, attack, or speed, crit rate, attack, one of the two, on Swift Will. Only 5-star you got right now? I pulled 4 of the new units. I got 3 Pauls on water and Huarang on water. And then I also got 2 of the LD4s, 2 times Paul on dark. Where are you from? I'm from the Netherlands. Going into our final match of the day. Vinny, favorite of the competition? I kind of doubt that. What do you think of the Laura Song Shlau combo? Seems pretty strong. Just pulled Light Nina, my new Storage Guardian. Yup. Yup. You know Enschede? Yes, I do. Yes, I sure do. Your accent radar is broken. That's very broken. Yeah, I don't have a French accent at all. It's going to be the fight of the Miying against the Zeratul. Who smacks the other harder? On this case, I definitely do think for a Zeratul. Also, Yeon Hong wasn't even played. Well, then again, I would say Shiho just outshines Yeon Hong by such a fair bit because the Yeon Hong S2 is inconsistent. If Yeon Hong had a stronger consistency on her S2, she would be super good. But right now, it's like, I don't know. Good if it lands. What's your top 3 LDs? Ooh, I would probably say in current meta, it kind of shifts from meta to meta, right? But for me, Zeratul would definitely be high up. Light Gojo, maybe still. Miying, probably pretty solid. Light Gojo ban, Gianna ban. Fair bans. Do we go all of our first pick or do we go Shiho for the first pick? I think Shiho. Yes, it is. Then we see Oliver plus something on the other side. Oliver Okeanos is an option. Oliver Jogan we have seen. Not the biggest fans. Oliver it is. Okeanos it is. Makes sense. We do lock it in. Sierra on this side plus... actually gonna go for the Vanessa. Not a bad take with the Miying. It's my favorite song. I don't really have a favorite song, actually. At least not at the moment. I think a favorite song kind of comes and goes by time, right? Twin Angels. I'm not a big fan of that Twin Angels because that could be a Nobara angle for Turtle on the 5th. You don't have to go Nobara already. I would first wait with checking out the 4 and 5, but you keep in mind Juna already is really good. Same for Zeratul. If you only took me in the blessing. If I only took me in the blessing, yeah. Zeratul. Okay, Masha. Interesting one. Masha doesn't really full counter Zeratul that much unless it's already stripped. I'm liking the Bayek more. But this is somewhat fire heavy, where Druid could definitely pick up a Chow and has a very strong matchup with the Chow. Dark Monkey can be triple S tier. I think Dark Monkey by win rate is really good. If I actually like him as much as like the 53 win rate that he's representing, I'm not too sure about that yet. But then again, I haven't really played him in current meta. How much X does Shio have? Somewhere between like 20 and 25, 30-ish, I would say. Stream froze. Wait, is the stream still working? Josephine on the 5th. I'm not too sure. Draw has Jan Hong. Yes, it does. Is Little Red the best combo for Zeratul? Is a really strong combo. Is it the best out there? Not too sure. But it's definitely pretty strong. I would say that True is kind of lacking damage-ish. It's just Josephine damage and it is Okeanos damage. Damage is kind of there, but I'm not sure. Why not Jan Hong over Rakoni? Because Rakoni is better for bruiser fights. Oh, that was a lot of resistance. No way you actually put like proper amount of resistance on Okeanos, right? That was a lot of resistance right there. Who do we boost up? Just boost up himself? Big question is, how much damage are the double fire units? Oh no, we actually have an outspeed over there as well. Misses that. Okay, double fire units. I would send it on the Okeanos. I would not send it on the Oliver. Yep, he's gonna go for the Okeanos. That's definitely gonna kill. Even without that proc, you would have killed on the other one. You could decide skill 1. Skill 1 does kill right now. Yep. 10k hit. Yep. Vinny is showing good drafts. I'm not liking Josephine the 5th. Truel knows. Truel knows he was lacking damage in that one. Can you grow a Viking beard? No, absolutely not. I'm giving a beard growing a little bit of a try, but my beard growth is absolute ass. But like Zeratul is better than Miles off and Miles off combo. Yeah, maybe something like that. We got the Zeratul respect. That is a solid respect right there. Shio on the first pick. Shio on the side of Truel this time around. Also, Gian is available this time for Truel. Vinny does have the availability on the Gojo. Does he go Gojo Okeanos? Yes, sir. That's what we do. On the other side, still can go Oliver. Oliver it is. Oliver plus who do you pair it with? With the Gianna. Okay. Heigang is banned, so therefore Gianna always is very interesting. Miying though. Good strong as though. Why Okeanos used so much again? Okeanos is very strong for a lot of damage. The main thing is that he was buffed that his S2 has a double hit, which helps with additional damage, but also helps with landing the S2. I think the audio is fine. Is it not? I think it's the same thing as I normally speak. Yep, should be. We got a Megami on the right side. I do like a Megami over here. I'm not too sure about a Masha, though. Loki, what I would have liked to see is a Verd. Verd would be pretty solid over here. If it wasn't for the Sierra, I would say Douglas. Marsha could be doing a thing or two, but I would have actually rather seen a Meowing than a Marsha. Meowing over Marsha would have been absolutely nice. Rakuni, a little bit of the flavor of the True was drafting in the last round. But is it going to be locking in on the field, though? Big question. Shio's fast. Athna's fast. Rakuni can cleanse that off. What are we doing? Where are we placing our bets on the bans? I would say that I'm not too scared of the Athna. So Athna's kept in. I think it might be Rakuni ban, other side Shiho ban. And then trying to get a stun on the Gianna with the Athna. Most of the times, Giannas are pretty... Ooh, actually, respect on the Masha. Interesting one. Did not really expect that. Did not really expect that. Ooh, we actually have Shio moving first. Athna has higher base speed, but we had higher lead on the other side. Does fully not land. That is always kind of ass. Do we go straight for an SD on the Gianna? We do actually connect that. Do we go for a skill 2 on the Okeanos? Also, the freaking aura of Okeanos is so up in your face. Holy hell. It's almost annoying to look at, not gonna lie. It's kind of cool, but also kind of annoying to look at. She did not get a strip. If he had the strip over there, would have been a lot better. Truel's getting kind of unlucky. But then again, he did do that with an additional turn, so fair is fair. Must say, I'm liking the drafts of Vinny a bit more than the drafts of Truel. Vinny's playing well. And that's a bomb. The bomb connects. 21k could damage right there. Yep, this is definitely a game for... is Vinny gonna 3-0 this one? Because he's looking Gucci on the drafts. He's looking Gucci. Well, the 0-2 is available for Truel this time around, which is definitely more favorable for him. Left RD on Ian. Crit damage max, crit damage own, or attack increasing effect. Yeah, Truel actually came from like a 3-0 victory, but is he gonna get 3-0 right now himself? We shall see, we shall see. Does Okeanos need crit rate? No, not at all. Yeah, Truel definitely doesn't like wasting his time. He's like, lost one unit, okay, we're out, GG's, no damage. Okay, Gianna ban and Gojo ban once again. Shio to the side of Vinny once again. Most likely. There it is. Okeanos and Oliver to the side of Truel. Similar style as last. No switching up. Does it go for Sierra? Yep, does go for Sierra. Then we go for Vinny Oliver for sure. Do we pair that with a steal on the Joe Gun? Joe Gun is more of a steal rather than its own pick, but we still go for it. We have seen it a fair bit. On the other side, we could go 0-2, but 0-2 is a little bit awkward. I'm liking the Hey Gang. The big issue is, are you fast enough to make the Hey Gang on par where you actually do move in front? Because your enemy is looking at 33 lead, you are looking at a 24 lead. Is that going to be good enough? Twin Angels, not liking it. You kind of had to have a speed lead in the 4. If you don't go speed lead in the 4, Vinny goes speed lead in the 4 or 5. Nobara as well. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. The moment that the enemy locks in Twin Angels Wind or locks in Layla, you should almost always lock in Nobara. I'm liking the draft on the side of Vinny. I'm kind of expecting a 3-0, to be honest. Easy Douglas? No, you cannot Douglas neither sides right now. But I can't really think of like a good fifth. No, Marsha once again. That's not really going to cut it. Is he going to go Marsha, ban out Oliver? That's probably the only thing that I could see. Ban out Oliver? Yeah, you have to ban Oliver in this case. The other side, you probably have to respect the Marsha. Well, ban on the Shiho, would that be good enough? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Marsha Nobara respect, okay. I think I'm still fearing for Truewill. Oh, those codes were codes for a different game. Codes with the plural is the one that brings you to the side for the actual codes. Okay, so we have Hagang moving. Where do you want to send your skill 3 right now, though? Okay, goes for the Sierra. Yep, awkward turn on Sierra. Unless you go for a ball. Oh, he does send it. No way. No way that's ballsy. Oh, he's not going to take it out, though. I don't think that's enough damage. The Okeanos of this was not that much damage. Not enough damage, though. Not enough damage. If you had more damage on the Okeanos, it would have been good. But that's actually going to be a fair bit of a heal. If you add slow to the table... No, slow to the table, still a fair bit of heal. If you had higher damage on that Okeanos, making that first kill there right away would have been really good. Awkward thing is you kind of want to still kill the Juno, but killing the Juno right now will take you a fair bit of time. If you lose the Sierra in the process, your damage output gets really lowered. And this Juno is pretty good from Vinny. Oh, the counter despair stun. No way he just countered despair stun. No way he just did that. Also, Jogun does have skills. I think we're looking at a 3-0 victory over here. Oliver is reset, though. If Okeanos goes heavy procs, I could still see him win later on. If Okeanos procs in the kill right now. No proc. Kind of a bad proc over there. If you S2 right now, you can Jogun skill later, which is good. Yeah. Ooh, them counters, though. But if you send AoE right now, it's fine. Stunts. Ooh, not many stunts. Jogun is gonna scroll trap. If Truel doesn't proc right here, right now, he's done for. Ooh, that proc, though. Does he stun? Does actually stun both? Okay, the comeback potential. You have to reset Monkey, though. Or do you? Okay, another additional turn. He has potential. No skills for a little bit, though. But you can hit on the Monkey right now. If the Oliver doesn't go off... Did Oliver have glancing? No, no glancing on the Oliver. Ooh, no glancing on the Oliver. Proc on the Oliver. Oliver is always dangerous. Ooh, that's stunned through glancing, though. Yo, this match is actually hella close. We have Twin Angels. Wait, Twin Angels is... No, Twin Angels was reset. That's true. If you kill Monkey right now... Doesn't kill Monkey, no crit. With crit, he would have killed. With crit, he would have actually killed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Also, we have Jogun moving next. Jogun has S2 and S3. Monkey's still one turn away from skills, I think. But the thing is, you scroll that on the Okeanos right now. Oliver has free reign on the other two units. If the Oliver doesn't miss skills right here... would that still take turn? That would still take turn unless... Ooh, that is so close on HP, though. That is 0 HP. This match is actually insane. Okeanos is going to come back at an awkward moment, and Okeanos does have skills, I think. Can we stun on the Twin Angels? Oh, actually, the pushback made it a good turn. He should have hit the other one. Because now he resets Okeanos. And he actually critted the Okeanos plus full pushback. He should have actually hit the Jogun to not have the Oliver make a move on the Okeanos. Okeanos, though, damage. No crits. No crits. No crit. Okeanos, no crits. The Okeanos is too low on damage. It's maybe too tanky. A resist, but another Vio. Also, this Oliver's taking a fair bit of Vios. Oh, the upturn. But Jogun moves. Pushbacks. Wait. S1, S2? Nah, too bad. Yeah, you just S2, S3. Boost up enough. S3 again. Lands. Ooh, wait. Oh. No, enough. GG's. GG's. Was very close. I would say if the procs were a little bit more favorable for Truel, he could have won that. He could have definitely won that. But Vinny went hard. But I would say, in all honesty, Vinny had better drafts. Vinny in the end had better drafts, but 3-0 in Truel. Credits where credits due. I got the prediction wrong on that one. Very well played. All set for Josephine? Will in most cases, yeah. But yeah, if the Okeanos had a little bit more damage, I'm not sure. His Okeanos was just doing 2Ks on Rain of Stones. I feel like most people are doing like 2.4, 2.3s at least. Alicia S3 Aqua damage. I would go damage. Yeah, those were some close matches, actually. Well, at least the final one was very close. The other one was kind of 1 unit down and GG. Okeanos missed 2 crits. Yep. Yeah, and Okeanos by base already has 30 crit rate, so Okeanos is probably looking at like 40 to 50 crit. That's pretty common for Okeanos to be at. Plus the elemental advantage, so you should be looking at like 50 plus crit rate most likely. Also, his Twin Angels got like 1 HP left at some point. Or like the Twin Angels towards like the Shio got 1 HP left. Yeah, that was super close. So there's one more coupon codes. And then we also do see the bracket for the next week, which code we can pick up anyways. The bracket for the next week, I'm actually very curious about. This was upper bracket, so Truel still has a chance in lower bracket. Oliver crit Okeanos. Yeah, Oliver landing the full thing on Okeanos was definitely a killer right there, yeah. That's not what you like to see. Truel probably not happy. And for good reasons. Ladrillo and Vinny making it in. I'm super curious about who's playing who. Vinny 6-0. No. Vinny had like... Vinny, wait, Truel came from a 3-0 and then got 3-0. Vinny against Panda was actually a very close match. Yeah, but whoever has to play Truel in their second match is gonna have a rough time. Loser's bracket coming? Yeah, they should show loser's bracket in a second, most likely. Yeah, there we have it. Okay, I'm gonna just pause it so we can actually check it out. Badowny, Crocodile, Stay Hive. That's good odds for Badowny to be in. That's definitely not the worst. Souls Hunter, Orchid, Truel. That should definitely go to Truel. Sapien, Twan, Zepha. I feel good odds for Zepha to go through. Wait, is this full Brazil? Wait. This is full. These are all of the Brazilian players, right? I'm not sure about Sissim, but Henrik and Zesas are both Brazilian. So we guaranteed have a Brazilian player in Brazil. That's at least good. But more than one is kind of difficult. It is kind of difficult as well. Spearsy against the Brazilian. Yeah, all of the Brazilians have to play against one another, man. Because this guy's Brazilian, but he has to play Truel, so that's definitely difficult. Yeah, I would say if I have to bet on this, I would say Badowny makes it from this one. Truel makes it from here. I would say Zepha over here. And probably Zesas over here. Those are my predictions. So pretty much everyone in match 2 except Stay Hive. I think Badowny beats Stay Hive. But yeah, those are going to be some solid matches. We're definitely going to be viewer partying that one as well. And then we're going to check out what the coupon code is. Codes, always codes. Duper. And Grave Scroll. Man, it takes so long for units that I actually do want in the Engraved Scroll list to be any good. Do the casters get the gold early or the same time as everyone? In most cases, we get it the same time as everyone, but sometimes we do know it in advance. It's for translations. It kind of depends on the region. You got anything to prove the stuff in your bio is actual true? As in which things? I think that stuff is also hella outdated, to be honest. Haven't figured it out. Professional banana. I don't have proof of being a professional banana, no. No, probably not. No, that's one of the few things that I asked for. Like, is that one of those? No. Having proof of a professional banana, I have no clue how you prove being a professional banana. So yeah, more stuff coming next week. And also the week after, we have European prelims already, I think. So yeah, that's all for today, folks. And let's see if there's anyone. I'll also be going off stream and probably going to bed and just chilling and then going to bed. I have no clue what the fuck I will do later on. Either how, I'm being a bit tired. Let's see if there's someone else streaming at the moment, can send you guys off there. Otherwise, I'm just going to call it a day. But definitely do check out the YouTube channel because I always do appreciate that. Because we're aiming for the 100k subscribers, which maybe will happen at some point in time in life, or maybe not. Who knows? And do I see anyone that might be continuing on the stream? Probably not really. No, it doesn't seem that way. Well, either way, guys, thanks a lot for watching. See y'all later. Have a good one. I am not sure when I will be streaming next week. So next week, Sunday will be the podcast. Next week, Saturday, we will be doing America's Cup for the viewer party of the losers brackets. Is what it is. Guys, thanks a lot for watching. See you later.